Good morning, everybody. Come to the stream. It's the 30th mental health stream. There's a Pokeball. But welcome. I'm waiting right now for my tea. So like, I don't know, like 2 minutes when I hear it's like done heating up the water, then I quickly need to go to the kitchen, fill up the water, and then I'm gonna come back with tea. But apart from that, I'm absolutely here. You're totally awake, corrupted? Hmm. So, how was the night? Why are you so tired? And hi, Sushi Masters. Welcome. So, how are you all doing? Welcome to the stream. 3 hours. Oof, that's not a lot. Did the baby keep you awake that long, or? I see. Hmm. Is there like nothing the doctors can do? Like, no sort of like, I don't know, like I have no idea about like being pregnant and like what you can offer. But aren't there like exercises or I don't know, like something, you know? You're just done with work? Nice. For me, I just did like a bunch of like household stuff, like throwing in like some laundry and cleaning up the kitchen a little bit and stuff like this, yeah. So I'm happy I can like sit now, relax a bit. Because yeah, time was a bit well, a bit short before stream. At least for the ambitions of like how much I wanted to clean the apartment. But how are you apart from work, Sushi Master? How's your mental health doing? There's a few things, but most of them just stay asleep as much as possible. Well, it's not possible. It's kind of like, you know, what are you supposed to do? I mean, I guess it's gonna get better once like Erupted has like given birth, but yeah. As far as we know, that's gonna take a while still. So I would hope there's something like able to be done beforehand. You feeling petty, Asta? All right. So first of all, welcome. How you feeling petty and why? And hi, Asta self. Good morning. I just heard my water is done cooking, so I'm gonna like go off to the kitchen real quick and then come back. And now, like, for real, like, everything is, I got everything. I'm good. So, your job is reception at a business hotel in Japan? Oh, so what time is it then? Because then you could have like night shift as well, right? And that seems interesting. Like, there's so many people you meet. Like, I guess it depends on the hotel if it's interesting or not. If there's like a lot of different people coming around or not. And hell yeah, corrupted. The free stream streak, let's go. Most of the stuff I need are more than one person here to do it. Hmm. And your boyfriend is working quite a lot, right, corrupted? And I was unfriendly to foreigners. Is that the picture of like Japan we have here, or? I always have seen sort of the Japanese people as like really polite and maybe like over polite even. But yeah, definitely friendly. But I've also never been there, so. Have you ever been to Japan as the self? Or how did you make the experience that they're like unfriendly? Oh, a lot of Japanese people can't speak English. I see. Well, it's definitely a problem with sort of like communication with foreigners then. Like, even if you want to help, if you don't know anything, then it's just, yeah, can't do anything. Yeah, he is, but he's finished work for a while now. Ah, so he's he's home, or so then you can like do all these exercises, no? Or like whatever you only said stuff, so I don't even know if it's exercises, but like the the things which help to phrase it as ambiguous as possible. On his way home. Is like work so far away from you? Because he said like he's finished work for a while now. There's a lot of way. What the hell? So what? Oh my god, that's such a weird behavior. Why would you like if somebody's like clearly like putting their like groceries in their bike still, like why would you just pick that like grocery cart, like that shopping cart? Oh, yikes. But I'm glad everything ended well for you. But I think it's so tough that there's like that there was sort of like I don't know, I guess like no normal space to talk about it. Like the emotions were like exploding so easily. This is I don't know. I feel like Like this wouldn't have needed to be like a big issue, right? Like you could have just gone in and then the person would be like, "Oh no, sorry, didn't see," or whatever, you know? And then like that could have been it. But like this, well, yikes. He just got home and says hi. And the work's like a few hours away. Ooh. Oh, that's tough. But yeah. Hmm. My English is also poor, so did you ask me some questions? Sorry for missing it. Um, Let me think actually. Hmm, I don't think so. I guess like implied questions where it's like, have you like like is your job like interesting? Like are there like a lot of people coming by and it's like really cool? Is it more like a job where you like you look for something else and it's like, nah, boring. So I guess that was like an implied question in the beginning. Did you, by the way, I saw from other streams, I don't know if this is available on my stream. I don't know if this is only for partner streamers, but apparently you can turn on like subtitles or something for the stream. I don't know if you can even like translate those subtitles like instantly. That would be really cool. Because that might help to just sort of like get a little bit like more info while learning English. You were not feeling great? I had a massive fever Saturday morning. 41.4. Oh, jeez. Are you fine now again? Are you like, is it gone now or are you still sick then? There is, but it's like a bot or something that does it. Oh yeah, it's definitely like optimized for sure. It's like Google Translate. But I think it's still sort of like, it gives you like a little bit more information, right? And it's still 38.3. Hmm. I hope you do allow yourself to get yourself like to get as much rest as possible, Asta. It's really important to like prioritize to get rest. You feel sick. So it doesn't linger around. Okay. I can also understand. Like I guess it depends really on like the learning type. Like for me, I could imagine that like I guess yeah, it really depends on my day, but it's easy to then just like read subtitles and like not listen anymore. Instead of actually use the subtitles to like help yourself like translate and like learn new words. So entirely up to you, of course. Good day, everyone. Welcome, welcome, Talon. I hmm. The weekend was quite exhausting for me. Also, just like the time right now with having like my last therapy session next week and wanting to because I want to give my therapist like sort of like a dice set I made myself and I'm a little bit like stressing to get it finished and I don't know then just sort of also this like feeling of like like logically, I sort of know I'm ready, but it's just still scary, you know? Um, and also just being like, then I don't see my therapist anymore. I don't know, I really like that person. Like we were low-key like friends. I don't know. I know they like really like that's really rare for people to have with their therapist, I guess. But I don't know, like me and my therapist, we were I don't know, like a different side of the same coin. Like we really get each other. And it's just a bit sad that, well, that's gonna be it, right? So also I made the mistake of like scrolling through like social media today morning. And there's just been some sort of like bad posts which took my mood down a bit. Yeah. But apart from that, I'm like, yeah, I'm doing fine. But it's just not the best day, you know? I need like a lot of rest, cuddles, and I don't know, make sure that I really take care of myself to not get like worse or like in a negative headspace, but to stay like yeah, to stay in a good headspace. So I got myself tea and I prepared water and like a ginger shot to not get like sick or anything. Because my birthday is coming up as well, so that's also in the back of my mind. So it's like, yeah, there's a few things coming together, which are getting a tiny bit sort of like stressful. Yeah. But how are you doing, Talon? And thank you for asking. Little one just woke up. Mm. Oh, I wish we could do something for you, Corrupted. She's now banned from every drugstore in the Netherlands. I don't know. Every drugstore in the Netherlands. Crazy. But at the same time, I mean, these like shop bans are like not as like hardly enforced, right? Like not like there's like a picture of you hanging in the entryway. And hi Gray. Welcome, welcome. You cancel therapy for tomorrow? Don't want her to get sick. She has a 4-month-old. Oh, I see. So have you considered doing the therapy online actually, Esther? That's sometimes an option. Like I don't know if it is for your therapy, but for my therapy, it actually, like we were able to do like a few therapy sessions online when I like visited my family in Germany. So I don't know, like maybe that's a thing. That's not allowed. That's against privacy laws in the Netherlands. Well, it can't be for all therapies because I had this for like, so for my main therapy, I had it online, and uh, then hmm, for an intake of another therapy is actually also um it's also planned online. The photo? Hmm? How do you mean with photo? Like a video call or? Hi, great. I got on a wait list for therapy. Thought you'd appreciate hearing that from our last talk about my dream. I think that's really nice. I hope the therapist you get, you will click with. But if not, don't be afraid to ask for a different therapist very soon, okay? I think it's really important to know that this is, I don't know, like really no big deal. And it's really nice to have a therapist you really click with. So, yeah. The photo in the window is against privacy laws. What? I'm so confused. Huh? No, I don't understand what you mean. I really don't. What is the photo in the window supposed to mean? Just talking to me is more than enough. Not many people ask me about stuff. Hmm. Did you ever tell that to your friends and family or your boyfriend? That this is sort of like a love language for you, corrupted? That this is how you feel seen or appreciated and loved? I would just feel bad asking for a different one because it feels like I'm telling them they're not good enough at their job. I know. This is like I know how it comes across, and I definitely know that like for a lot of people there's like resistance to asking for a different therapist. But it's it really doesn't need, because therapy is such like an individual thing, right? It really doesn't need to be any statement about how good they are at their job, but it can only just be a statement of like how the vibes are. And so, for example, like some people can't have like a male therapist or a female therapist just because of the gender, because that's sort of like inhibiting the therapy. And it's also like that's not something like that paints a picture about like how good they are at their job, right? It's just the compatibility, I guess. Also, with some therapists, they will just understand you more than others, right? Because therapy, there's like a lot of like things you learn to be a good therapist, right? But there's also a lot of things of just like based on your experience and with what experience you can relate best and with which person you can connect best. Hi, Grumpy. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? I know my boyfriend asked about me. Normally, my family and I don't speak. Hmm. Complicated family situations are really annoying. But how about your friends corrupted? You said they do not put the photo in the window for the ban. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, definitely, like, obviously, like, that would be illegal, but at the same time, this was just like because they don't do that, like the ban is actually not that like big of a deal. But it's still good that there was like a sort of like a statement of consequence. But I thought we're talking about the like therapy parts and like if online therapy is allowed or not. So I thought that was the answer to this. That's what was why I was so confused, because I was like, like is that like photo in Windows? That maybe like a video call? I've been alright, been volunteering for a company that helps kids and teens socially in the community. Fortunately, all of the days I worked last week, it has very hot, like over 40 degrees Celsius, so I cooked. Oof, 40 degrees Celsius is insane. But I'm really glad that you do that. Does it feel nice? I bet it sort of gives you this feeling of like purpose and I don't know, maybe even a nice feeling of being able to help people. I'm fine. I'm exhausted, and there's a lot of things sort of like coming together right now. I'm coddling myself a little bit, but yeah, I'm good. Are you at work right now, Grumpy? Hmm. Do you want to make new friends at some point, Corrupted? Like maybe once you have like more energy again when the baby is like born? Is that sort of like a thing on your to-do list, or are you good? I message my therapist if we can do it virtual. That's nice. I hope it still works. We'll see. No jacket this time. Yeah, I know, right? I thought about it. But then I also thought about how the jacket is like completely like messing up um the like brightness of the picture. So I was like, maybe not. I don't know. Like as long as I don't need it, whatever. But I might still get like the jacket later. Who knows? I also really like the music. Really relaxing. Probably not, since me and being social is just not there. Hmm. I mean, as long as you're happy with that, corrupted. But if you ever want to talk about that, there's space for this in the stream. I realized that the kids who were born in the pandemic um would have in 2019 and now 7 years old. They are in elementary school now. Yeah, it's crazy how time flies, right? But at the same time, to be fair, like COVID, like for us here, it only hit in like 2020, and it was going on for a couple of years, right? So it depends. Like it's not as bad. Like this is the extreme case. How is it at where you are with the melting snow ice? So there's no snow on like trees anymore, but there's definitely like snow on like the floor of the forest. And I don't know, like the streets look pretty clean. So I think they're fine. Like buses are running again, and I think the train is probably also going again. But yeah, like transportation is not as struggling as the other days, you know. I mean, I'm happy that I can make a positive impact for people in need. Yeah. Also, like it's really also like what this stream is about, I guess, about community. I feel like community and like taking part in making like a community and helping community is really something which I don't know, just leaves you with a nice feeling, right? I don't know, it just feels like something which matters. And I don't know, I'm really glad I started this because like for me beforehand, I don't know, I didn't feel too much like what I do actually matters. Like I wasn't too excited about it because it was just like, yeah, well, I don't know, like if I like work in IT, it's like, yeah, it's helping the company, but does it actually matter? And stuff like this. And I don't know, now that I have the stream here, it's just really nice to know that this matters. I don't know. there's sort of like a special connection to community in that, I think. What did you think of Marconi Union, the music that I dropped? It was this like really relaxing music, right? Um, yeah. I actually listened through like the some of the songs in the album, and I put it in a playlist of mine. I think like the sleeping playlist or something. Um, yeah, I put it in my sleeping playlist. So it was really nice. I live in a street that is a deaf end, so there is a lot of sliding around when I walk the dog. Oh, I've seen a video today of like Amsterdam apparently. And like the streets are like really frozen there, and people are struggling so bad. Like the video was like really funny. It was just like one sort of like a small part of like a tiny street, but not like a street like full of cars, but more like a pedestrian street, like in a sort of in the middle of Amsterdam, and then like a bridge. And so like going up to the bridge, people were struggling so bad. There was like literally one person like throwing their bike like before because they need to like cross with the bike, just like throwing the bike like 2 meters and then like trying to like scramble up the like hill or like up the bridge. It's I don't know. It looked it looked really funny, I do have to say. Like I hope they all made it, but they have to go safely. Um But yeah, it was sort of like it looked like me when we went to like therapy with the bike, and we had here like our bike paths weren't cleared or anything. So there was like snow on all of the bike paths. So and then like there's like all these like uh old bike lanes in the snow. And then like everything was frozen. So it's like a really weird situation where like you try to like stay in the lane of somebody before you, but like the moment you don't, you're like sort of like slipping between these like lanes, let's say, and it's like getting like super weird, and you're like back um uh the like the wheel on your back is just like doing whatever, you know. Yeah. It kind of looked like a video of this. You know what's crazy? That's 2006 is 2 decades ago. Yeah. How does that make you feel, Mr. Hero? I feel like to me it's like a bit of like, wow, already so much time gone. Like, did I use that time? Like, am I where I'm supposed to be? Sort of like makes me think about how I used that time and if I used it wisely, if you could say that. To be honest, I will be happy to trade away a heat wave for snow right now. I bet. 50 degrees is crazy. Like here, we wouldn't be ready for 50 degrees Celsius. Like we really wouldn't. Like we're also not ready for the snow. Like with the snow here in the Netherlands, like in Bavaria, like with this level of snow, like nothing special happened. Like life just went on. But here, actually, like school was like dismissed, and like people didn't have to go and come in for work and stuff like this. And like the supermarket is like sold out because there is no like fresh food coming in and stuff like this. So it's really, I don't know, like it has a huge impact on the Netherlands actually. I never like noticed how much Bavaria, so like the lower part of Germany, is actually like prepared for snow, and how much better it is prepared as, for example, the Netherlands. Yeah, you want to work as a money spender? I mean, I heard there's sort of like jobs like this, so maybe you just need to write the perfect, um, you know, Maybe you just need to write a letter to a rich person and then you're gonna get the job. Who knows? Hi, Navandro. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, a 5 stream streak. Let's go. Right now we're really talking about like so many different things. Oh, your dog also slipped? Oh my god. Mm. Mm. That's really cool. I love that the song works so well for you, Gray. Like that's really, really like that's a huge impact. And hi, Billy Blee. Oh my god, a 10 stream streak already. Jesus. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? The accent has changed from last stream? Oh, how did it change? You've done your brows? No, I actually didn't. Like, usually I do, but today I just didn't. Today I literally, like, I put, like, moisturizer on, and then I put, like, some, not even concealer, it's just, like, some, I don't know, skin-colored stuff under my eyes, and, the eyelash, mascara stuff. Um, and then some sort of like darker like contour powder like here and here, and that's it. That's how we're rolling today. Like I considered doing an eyeliner, and then I was just like, yeah, I'm already too late, whatever. I think nobody wants to deal with a heat wave, right? Anxiety attack, panic. Hmm. I mean, still, really nice effect. I'm way too okay with 40 degrees Celsius than dealing with temperatures less than 20 degrees Celsius. Oh lord. Okay, like I'm not sure. Like I'm bad with low temperatures as well, like for sure. But I feel like I'm also bad with high temperatures. I don't just I'm gonna struggle in like the apocalypse. Hmm. I actually like because I'm really sensitive to like sound and like loud noises. I actually also have like just like sound suppressing earplugs. Like not even like I don't use them like with music or anything, just regular sort of like your how do you say that, like these are if you work on like a construction site, well they probably usually have this sound suppressing like headphones, but these like in-ear sort of just like reducing the noise stuff. I don't know, you can buy them on like I feel like you can buy them on festivals against the loud music or something. Um but yeah, those. I just use them whenever I go into crowds and stuff because otherwise it's just too much. Apparently I must have been here before. I'm not sure actually. Like for me, it actually says first time chatter. So I don't know if you've been here before, but welcome, welcome. How do you know you've been here before? Or like, what is your information on that? And yeah, insomnia, really, really bad. So how are you doing with the insomnia? I don't know. To me, it feels like your eyebrows were thicker. Yeah, because I usually do my eyebrows. So like today, I didn't. That's why they're like normal. That's what I meant to explain, sort of. Mm. Oh, Australia stuff. It sounds like Norway. Ooh, I'm just moving around. I learned a lot about the Western world on the Twitch platform. I hope you only like, I don't know if that's a good representation, but sure. Electric earplugs? No. I have like normal earplugs, and then I have like sound suppressing in ears, where you can also listen to music. So I have like a couple. I have 700 channel points. That is suspicious. I just want to sleep, but I'm in pain, and brain just like, nope, you're not sleeping. Certainly tired though. I mean, are you like allowed to take any like pain meds or anything, or are you already on pain meds and you're still in pain? Those are just sound suppressing earbuds though. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like I have multiple ones. Like I have the sound suppressing ones, like the normal like music but sound suppressing, and then the where you just just like the construction side like sound suppressing, or festival sound suppressing things which are not electric but just like the plastic stuff. Probably looked well asleep in the past. Hmm. You're already on meds? Hmm. So it's still shit. Is there anything your doctor told you which can help, like any sort of exercises or anything like that? Or is it just sort of like you try again tomorrow and today's fucked? Yesterday someone said he was cancer, and he said I'm good physically and everything is good. I should be a great soul to God and should not be like complaining about life. Now what do I say to a person like this? Is he even a counselor? Well, it's just like with therapists, right? Like just because you have a level of education, doesn't mean you're good at it. Um, there's psychologists on YouTube like saying the most random bullshit. Um, so I don't know, but with counselor, it's of course like way easier because the education is like less, right? But yeah, there's just bad counselors and there's good counselors. I feel like just because you're good physically, it does have like I don't know, like a counselor is I don't know like what type of counselor like this person was, but I would have expected you to go to like a counselor in like more like specified or like focused on mental health. So I feel like if that counselor was technically supposed to be focused on mental health, the argument that you're physically well is just how do I phrase this? Doesn't really have to do with a lot. Like I don't know, like it's not really like a good starting point to then gauge if somebody should be complaining or not. Like I don't know, it's like really weird. I would not take that opinion too hard if I like if you can. I don't think it's a really informed opinion whatsoever. Like even if it were true, like even um like I feel like the logic here is lacking um to an extent why like the opinion is not useful. If that helps in any capacity, Navandro. Like even though you're like physically well doesn't mean that you need to be mentally well. And this is such standard and basic knowledge nowadays in the mental health field. that I don't think you need to be concerned about this um, statement of this counselor. But I definitely wouldn't go there again. Did they know of your like what happened to you and stuff like this? Many groups, animal. Hmm. Well, it's definitely a big world. Yeah. The ones that are molded to your ears, ooh, yeah, they must be really expensive. Are you excited for the upgraded earbuds, Graysup? Hmm. I don't know. I don't. I mean, I feel like honestly, it's a valid question with that sort of response. So I wouldn't be worried, Navandro. Almost a year now. Oh my god, Graysup. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm. I can understand, Navandro. It's a tough time coming up. Have you thought about the sort of like crisis package we talked about? Have you sort of like put it together? Because I feel like if you have such a tough time coming ahead, it would be nice to have that prepared and ready. Maybe even multiple. I mean, if you sleep corrupted, that's still good, no? Like you can have a little nap now if you only slept 3 hours. I feel like that seems good, no? Hmm. Guten Abend. Jin, this stream is just yeah, it's in English, so I hope you don't mind. Hmm. Have you looked into any type of community centers, Navandro? Where you can find like any sort of like company. Sometimes there's community groups actually uh for for like the different, I guess, like trauma groups where people just come together and are able to like share their story and are not alone with, well, having a tough time, I guess. You slept at least 10 hours per day? Well, I think if you're sick, that's really fine, right? I mean, corrupted, I'm gonna be glad to hear when you get a bit more sleep today still. I think I'm gonna actually pick up a jacket. Feel a bit cold. Gonna be back in a second. We're coming back with the white jacket. Yeah. It's back. Hmm. You're also sick, Ray Soup? A friend of mine is also sick. So many people are sick right now. I've not been able to find any group here, just that here in my place things are way too different how things work. There I did found one online. But still, I mean, at home I don't have much privacy in the room. So I did open place with data. I mean, it's tough without much privacy at home. I mean, maybe you can just take part in, I don't know if there's a Discord or something, um, which, I don't know, where you're just like not alone with your experience, maybe. I guess it really depends on the type of person you are, if that's like helpful or actually making it worse. But I don't know, I guess it really depends on like if you feel like that would help you or not. Welcome, Matthias. How are you doing? Yeah. What about the crisis pack, Navandro? Were you able to put that together? It's fine, Nasta, if you're tired. Mm. You got sick because you don't sleep? Oh. Did you, by the way, Grace, did you try the alarm thing? Like, did that do any good? Or did that not help at all? I mean, I like to have conversations, just that right circle is important. I understand. It's just like, I mean, you know there's options. And I feel like if you have them in your back, then always. You were also sick, Bilibli? And be checked up on every week then. Checked up by who, corrupted? By stream or Discord? Is that good or bad? I did try that actually. That did help kind of. Didn't dream before the alarm, but the undesirable dream came after I went back to bed. With more people than usually too. Mm. So when did you then have that dream and woke up? Because I remember you set your alarm to sort of like 3 in the night or something. So it could be the case that this was like then your second phase and then you need like a second alarm. Yes. Did you mean like something else than sleeping then when you said like passing out while stream? Good, even though my DMs get clogged. I mean, that's why I also told you, like, you can always just say, like, hey, let's talk about this in the Discord, because then there's also other people and you don't have the pressure to answer to everybody on your own. Okay, nice. I think it would be really nice to have that crisis, sort of crisis plan, crisis package, um, at hand. It's a thing actually you do in your therapy. If you ever like, if you're like a person who deals like who gets like more sudden crises like this, and where you're like mentally unstable and sort of like need help recovering, it's a very common thing to have a crisis plan and make a crisis plan in therapy and think about like how are you gonna handle this crisis when it comes up. Like, will you call some people or already like then research specific numbers to of like resources you can people you can call, or yeah, for example, get your favorite snacks or write a letter to yourself or write poems to yourself, or um actually maybe like involve friends who you can like send like a, you know, like a special alarm keyword to and stuff like this. um but yeah, just trying to like find something which uh works for you in that moment and which will support you in that moment, and yeah, sort of like prepare it in a way where it's like easily accessible and easily able to actually do in that moment, so that that plan can actually help you through that crisis. If I need 2 alarms to wake me up at night with dreams, it's it's not a long-term solution by any means, right? But depending on your mental state, at some point it might seem worth it. Not just your server. I mean, anyways, even if it's not only my server, right? Like you can always say that on my server to have a bit of, you know, bit more freedom there. If you want to, like, if you, because usually with people on like servers, there's this sort of like more like unwritten rule that you like don't DM people unasked. Um, if you want to offer sort of like just like an open ear to talk to, or people like telling people they can text you and talk about something, and you want to offer that on like a more like general basis, you can. In our Discords, we have this channel, right? It's called like introduction, where you just like introduce yourself. So you could introduce yourself there, and then also in the introduction, like say like if anybody ever wants to talk about something or needs a person to listen, you can always text me. Um, you can also just type that, for example, in the mental health channel as well. But I feel like in the introduction channel, it's gonna be like not sort of like written away, if that makes sense. Um, and then the people also, because you like, right, like you introduce yourself, the person gets to know you a little bit, knows if that might be the right fit. Hi, Redman. Welcome, welcome. Text two. Oh, we just talked about Async Corrupted offering to yeah, just that their DMs are open if any ever want to talk to them about something, or needs a person to listen to. So I just explained how to, I guess, make this more known. They can like present themselves in the introduction channel in our Discord. Also put like a tiny add on there saying that this is something they offer. Me writing about myself is hard. I mean, you don't need to write much, really. You can write whatever you want. Like, there's, like, if you look for the introductions, there's a lot of different ones. Um, there's some people which go into detail about, like, their hobbies and what they like and what games they play and stuff. There's some people who just say their name and that's it. So, yeah. Ah, yeah. And good morning, Alpha Gamer. Welcome, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hmm. Their resignation application will be approved in 3 months. I'm planning to go to Hawaii, Sunshine Beach, cactus, and an old captain. I mean, that seems really cool. That sounds like a really cool plan. I hope it's gonna be nice. Thank you, Gray. Thank you, guys. What is my major? I studied game engineering, but I didn't finish it. And I'm considering to study psychology. But as of now, I'm looking for the how do you say that, the I'm reading like the course book of psychology and sort of like considering if I want to put that time and money into it. So you do not have a certificate for mental health support? Well, this is peer support. I have a certificate for counseling and stress management. Certificates always like really rely on like which, well, like which person you sort of believe. So yeah, the certificates I have are not like from like really known um universities, sadly. I only noticed that later. But yeah, that's why I consider to still study psychology. To have like a more, yeah, more official certificate. But even then, this is only online, and online will never be like a one-on-one therapy or anything. So, yeah. You're also sick, Avagamer? Mm. I don't know, I can trust your words, and your words will damage me. That's fair. You don't need to. What a pair of glasses, specifically translation glasses. What? Can instantly translate any country's language, solving my language barrier problem. Wait, what? But like any like written language, right? Like it's not with like audio. Or is it one of those glasses which are also like have like the sort of like speakers like close to the ears, which then are sort of like also able to process audio?
であるからして、我が国では獣人差別を禁じているのです。
や
おや、お兄様方だ。声をかけたら、きっと一緒に遊んでくれますよ。
近くに寄るな。誰もお前と遊ばない。俺たちも父上も、みんなお前が嫌いだ。獣人。助けて！夢。とにかく落ち着かないと。𝔹𝕃がくれた花。そうだ、キス。分かっていたのに動かなかった。僕のこと嫌いなのに成人の花をくれた。あの表情が頭から離れない。経験がないから意識しちゃってるだけだ。大嫌いって言われたのに。
昨日の祭事はいかがでしたか？獣人の子供も花を贈ったとか。
はい、大きな花を。クラーク卿？
いえ、すみません。実は領地でまた問題が。急ですが、おそばを離れます。
大丈夫ですか？
アシェル様が心配なさるほどでは。それでは失礼いたします。
最近少し距離を感じる。なんでだろう。せめて見送りに行こう。
殿下、お出かけですか？
なんでここに？
直属護衛なので。
急に𝔹𝕃が来るなんて、心の準備が。
アシェル王子、本日もお美しい。あれ、どうしました？アシェル王子！
クラーク卿の見送り、オドついてきて。
護衛はルイスが。
𝔹𝕃は待ってて、すぐ戻るから。
殿下。
昨日、𝔹𝕃と何かありましたか？
違うけど。ねえ、恋ってどんな気持ちになるの？
まさか誰かに恋を？
前に恋愛は練習が必要って言ってたじゃないか。練習はいらないけど、どん なものかは聞きたいっていうか。
油断してた。まさか瀬尾とはね。
あ、クラーク教。と、母上、廊下で話してる。ウォード、ちょっとこっち。
なぜ隠れるのですか？
いや、なんとなく。
二人はいつもあのように会話されてるのですか？
いや、僕といるときは、妙に距離が近い。なんだか嫌な予感がする。
殿下に避けられている。殿下、菅井のせいだと分かっているのに苦しい。祝いの日に謝る王子が気の毒で、少しでも休ませてやりたかった。それなのにまた謝らせて、そんな顔をさせたかったわけじゃない。どうすればいいかわからない。拒絶か受容か、どちらが哀れで悲しいのか。愛しさに抗えない俺のつがい。認めてしまえば楽なものだな。ただそばにいられるだけで幸せだ。結ばれなくてもそばで全てから守る。
ただいま。
ブラウン、殿下はどうしたんだ？
さあね。あとよろしく。
先ほど何か問題が。
言ってたじゃないか。僕のことが大嫌いだって。
あれは失言でした。殿下を好ましく思っていなかったのは本当ですが、ここ最近の殿下は間違ったことなどしていません。
僕が聞きたいのは、なんでキスをしたのかってこと。
唇を塞ぎたいと思いました。はじめは殿下の唇を塞ごうと体が動きました。昨日はもう一度唇に触れたいと思ったからです。殿下はなぜ逃げなかったのですか？
あの時、僕は逃げなかった。嫌じゃなかったから。
こうして手に触れるのも嫌ではありませんか？頬に触れるのも
嫌じゃない。セオドアが好きだ。もっと触れてほしい。怖いのに近くにいてほしい。セオドアも僕を好きならいいのに。
申し訳ありません。また勝手に触れて。
待て。セオドアは嫌じゃないの？僕にこんな風に抱きつかれて。
私から触れたのになぜ？
嫌いだって。
今は違います。あなたは変わりました。あなたは以前のあなたじゃない。
誰も気づいてくれないと思ってた。悪行の記憶だけがあって、罪悪感で苦しくて、謝っても済まないのは知っているからこそ救われなくて。ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。本当は許してほしい。助けてほしい。ごめん。
また許しもなく申し訳ありません。
謝らないで。
なら殿下も謝るのをやめませんか？
何それ、変なの。今日はいろんなことがあったな。
静かに、王子様。
誰？押さえつけられてて動けない。隠し扉は王族しか知らないはずなのに。
うわ
殿下、動けば王子の首を折る。
殿下を離せ。
黒騎士セオドアだな。お前、虎の獣人を殺さなかったか。
おい、まさか。
王族の馬車襲撃の時、殺された虎の獣人はこいつの兄貴だ。一瞬で殺すなんてもったいない。連れて行くぞ。
そうだ、楽になんて殺さねえ。目的は王子だってが一石二鳥だ。暴れたら王子を殺す。
セオドア。これは子供の頃のアシェル。兄上たちには憎まれて、父上も僕なんてどうでもいい。獣人は人を食べるし、戦争を仕掛けてくる野蛮な生き物。みんな僕のことが嫌いなんだろう。僕もみんな嫌いだ。僕が王様になって見返して、獣人だって追い出してやる。そうしないと、僕は殺されるって聞いたんだ。誰がそんなこと。僕だって仲良くしたかったのに。獣人が僕を食べようとする夢を見る。どこにいても隣声が聞こえる。怖い。イライラする。何も考えたくない。僕の声を誰も聞いてくれない。
いい加減にしろよ。そいつ死んじまうぞ。頭に黙って誘拐だけでも怒られるのに。
荷場所の中、セオドアは。
アジトに着いたぞ。頭にどう説明するか考えとけよ。
これはどういうことだ。なぜここに第三王子を。むやみに動くなと言っていたはずだ。こいつは何だ。黒騎士セオドアだよ。王子をさらうとき鉢合わせたんだ。余計なことを。
こいつは兄貴を殺した。
やめろと言ったのに勝手に実行した。自業自得だろうが。連れてきちまったなら仕方ねえ。ようこそアシェル様。こっちへ来い。今までお前が獣人に何をしてたか、ここにいる奴ら全員知ってるんだぜ。みんなお前に会いたかったんだ。
アート、そいつらは。
第三王子だ。バルフたちが勝手に誘拐計画を実行した。
まだ調査中だったのに。
誘拐できたんだから文句ねえだろ。
バカなことを。
二人とも黙れ。
殿下、私のそばに。
セオドア。
お前はこれから拷問だ。黒騎士セオドア。
拷問なんてアートが許すわけないだろ。アート？
そいつはガランを殺し、戦で奴隷兵の獣人もたくさん殺したんだ。ギャランもかわいそうだろ。わかった。だが殺すな。
俺たちが人間をなぶるときどうすると思う？手足を裂いてやるんだよ。そら！
やめて！お願い！やめさせて！
腕を引きちぎってやる！
やめて！あれは正当防衛だった。 僕ら王族を守るために殺すしかなかったんだ。
殿下、下がって。
だからなんだ。
火薬を楽しんでる。理由なんてどうでもいいんだ。前世で僕をいじめてきた相手と同じ。怖い。でもなぜ僕は逃げないんだろう。僕を守るためにあなたの兄弟を殺した。
殿下、おやめください。
セオドアを助けるためだから。僕のせいであなたの兄弟が死んだってことだ。
言われてみれば悪いのは王族だ。
やめろ。殿下に触るな。俺がお前の兄弟を殺した。
あとやめさせて。完全に戦争になる。
確かに最近の調査では獣人に優しかった。だが過去の事実は変えられない。獣人嫌いの第三王子。獣人を鞭打つのが大好きだそうだな。些細なことで罰を与えていたと。今まで自分がしてきたことだ。
殿下、
代わりにお前の騎士を鞭打ちしてもいいぞ。
自分の罪は自分で償うべきだ。
やめろ。離せ。
セオドアは関係ない。
あの王子が騎士をかばう。
バルフ。
王族の人間をなぶれるなんて二度とないだろう。
なんてことを。
バルフ、なぜ勝手なことを。王子を誘拐した時点で無事じゃ済まねえよ。もともと暗殺予定だった。殺してもいいはずだ。
俺のつがいに何をする。
転生しても嫌われ王子だったので関係修復頑張ります。2。
腕に噛みついてきやがった。抑えろ。なんだこいつ、人間じゃね
お前、人間と獣人の根血か。
なぜ俺のつがいを傷つけた奴は殺す。
つがいだと。
もう傷つけないでくれ。代わりに俺が何でもする。頼む。つがいを目の前で鞭打つなんて残酷な。
つがいは自分の命より大切な存在。
だからお互いを守ろうとして。
つがいの絆を汚すなんてできねえ。
何言ってやがる。嘘かもしれないだろ。
人型の根血が重化するなんて普通ありえない。つがいの危機に獣の血が目覚めたとしか。さあ、あんたも手当てを。
待て。そいつは俺の腕を噛みちぎろうと。
いい加減にしな。もう連れて行っとく。
くそ、許されるぞ隠し。
あんたと王子も手当てしたら牢屋に入ってもらうよ。
重化で伸びた爪が元に戻りかけている。怪我もほとんど。まるで化け物だ。
セオ
でか。
セオドア、怪我は。
私の怪我など それより天下は？
大丈夫。
守れなかった。
どっかで見た顔だな。あ、ノトビスの森にいたディアースの騎士か。
ノトビス採集の？お前も捕まったのか？
バカ言うな。こっちとら仕事だよ。
人間なのに従属と手を組んでいるのか？
利害が一致すればな。誰でもそうだろ
おい、もう行くぞ。
う。はいはい。それじゃ、幸運を祈るぜ。
王族しか知らないはずの通路。なぜ、従属に漏れた？利害が一致すれば、王族に手引きした者が、殿下がいなくなることで誰が得をする？王大社と王妃は対立しているが、サミュエル王子なら正面突破するだろう。
低能な獣人にも困ったものだ。まさか君まで連れてくるとは。
クラーク公爵、なぜここに？まさかあなたが従属に情報を漏らしていたのか？
クラーク卿、どうして？
お目覚めかな、私の傀儡。やはりしばらくランダリムを口にしなかったからか。すっかり効果が切れたようだ。
ランダリム。以前のアジェルが好きな紅茶。
催眠効果のある特別な茶葉ですよ。
どういうことだ？
幼い頃から飲ませ洗脳したのです。王や兄弟への疑念、獣人への恐怖と憎悪を、幻覚、幻聴、情緒不安定。実に滑稽でいい実験台だった。
子供の頃の悪夢。思い出せなかった昔の記憶。思考を、感情を、殺されていた。なんでこんなことを。
お前があの女の大事な息子だからだ。あの女に大事なものを奪われた。なら私が逆に奪っても構わないだろう。
母上が何を。
前王妃フレッド様はアンジェラのせいで死んだ。だから大事な子を壊して無残に殺すとフレッド様に誓ったのだ。殿下は洗脳し直すとして黒騎士は邪魔だな。死ね。久しぶりに名を口にしたな。フレッド様、それはロケットペンダントですか？
ああ。俺の国では、愛する者同士、互いの絵姿を身につけて、共に生きる証にするんだ。
ロマンチックですね。では、陛下も？
さあ、ペアのペンダントがどうなったのか、わからないな。
きっと、つけてくださってますよ。
そうだといいよな。こう産めば、俺は死ぬかもしれないそうだ。
それは。
生き残っても、もう子供は望めない。だから、新しい妻をめとるんだとさ。世継ぎは一人じゃいけないからって。
それでも、王のお心はフレッド様のものですよ。
妃候補は、アンジェラ姫だ。
え？フレッド様の国の敵国の姫？
よりによって、なんで、生き残っても、愛する人が誰かと肌を重ねるのを、黙って見ている生活なんて。
フレッドが死んだ。
フレッド様。
失礼いたしました。
なんだ、今の次女は。
容体は安定してたのに、なぜ突然苦しまれて、どうして。
ご成婚おめでとうございます。
アンジェラ王妃万歳。
彼女はあの時の。なぜ姫が次女のふりを。まさか別人だろう。調べればすぐにわかることだ。ない。あの日立ち会った者の記録が全て。
アンジェラ王妃が処分してしまったんだ。
アンジェラ様、義母なのに王子を抱いているところを見たことがないわ。
陛下、私の子を王太子にしてほしいのです。
あの日紛れ込んだ理由、証拠の隠蔽、安定した容体からの急な苦しみと死。この女がフレッド様を殺した。長かった。仕事だ。行け。
アシェル様。
ダメだ。混乱してる。母上のこと、飲まされていた麻薬みたいなもの。クラーク公爵の裏切りと企み。セオドアも殺されちゃう。あの時、聞こえてた。
え？
僕がつがいって本当？つがいとかよくわからない。でも僕もセオドアが大事。危険な目に遭ってほしくない。セオドアが好きだよ。だからお願い。僕を置いて逃げて。
そんなことできるわけがない。
一人ならきっと逃げられる。つがいを置いてくはずがないって油断してる。
当たり前だ。天下を置いてなんて俺はどこにも行かない。
セオドアが殺されるなんて耐えられないんだ。
俺のことなんてどうでもいい。天下が無事でいることが。
僕だって同じだよ。
それでも置いてはいけません。
お楽しみのところ悪いんだが、まさか本当にできてるとは報告するべきか。アシル様、ご無事で何よりです。
なぜ戻ってきた。
必ずお助けいたします。しばしのご辛抱を。
一体何者なんだ。
兄君の配下です。身分を偽り従属と接触しておりました。殿下の捜索のためここに来てみたら案の定でしたね。救援を呼びましたのですぐに助けが。
お願い、今すぐセオドアを助けて。黒幕はクラーク公爵なんだ。セオドアが邪魔だって。公爵が先に戻ってきたら殺されちゃう。お願いします。セオドアを助けて。
アシル様、おやめください。鍵を探してまいりますから。
ありがとう。名前は。
ただの森人です。
天下がひざまずくなんて。
セオドアを助けてもらえるなら何でも何度でもするよ。僕ね、ずっと不思議だった。僕は獣人を憎んでないし嫌いでもない。なのにどうして獣人にひどいことをしてきたのか。差別禁止なのに獣人を嫌う理由、記憶はあってもその時の感情は思い出せなくて。操られていたんだね。僕がしたことに変わりはないけど。
殿下は被害者です。
でも僕が。
子供だったあなたに何ができたでしょ
う。森人が戻ってきた。
殿下。
早く鍵を。甘い香り。これってランダリ
動くな殿下。
こんな首簡単に折れる。
殿下を離せ。貴様何しに来た。
お前を殺したい奴から今すぐ殺すお許しをもらったんだが、苦しみ抜いて絶望してから殺してやらなきゃ気が済まねえ。
注射。何？
獣人用の発情剤だ。はらむほど種付けしてやる。天下に触るな。殺してやる。殺してやる。なあざまみろ。殺せるもんなら殺してみろよ。大事なつがいも守れない役立たず。楽しませてもらうぜ。待て。アートもクラークも俺を侮りすぎだ。誰が命令に従うか。好きなようにするんだ。誰の言うことも聞かねえ。天下。
セオドア。
俺をここから出せ。誰か。おい、何されるか聞いてただろ。
気持ち悪い。
さすがに獣人用は効き目が強すぎか。
やだ、体が動かない。
小さい尻だな。俺のじゃ壊れちまうかもな。
やだ、助けて、セオドア。
おい、何やった。殿下はどうした。連れて行かれた。早く助けに。殿下。おい、嘘だろ。待て。どこだ。どこにいる。そこか。黒騎士、なんで。この殺してやる。
黒騎士、バルフを話しな。
アシル様。くそ、行くぞ。よし、この馬を使えばいい。ノトビスの森に逃げ込め。まっすぐにした一番でかいノトビスの近くに隠れ家がある。お前は捜索隊に砦の内部を案内する必要がある。すぐ行くから二人で隠れてろ。わかった。
ここか。ノトビスの木で作ったのか。殿下、すぐに手当てを。
やだ、やだ。
大丈夫です。殿下。
助けて、セオドア。
大丈夫。大丈夫だから。目の前にいる。アシェル。
なんだここ。何もない闇。ねえ、どうしたの？君は。僕はアシェル。過去のアシェル。こっち来て。人間って防衛本能が強いんだって。知ってた？時に自分自身でも説明できないことを起こすんだって。現実逃避に人格を作って人が変わってしまうこともあるらしいよ。まあ、僕たちは違うけど。でも、もう君は大丈夫。助けてくれる人もいるし、もう自分の心を保つことができるはずだよ。大丈夫。ちゃんともう、本当の僕の声は届くはずだ。先生の僕。
殿下、落ち着きましたか。
セオと、ここは、胸に歯がた。発情剤を打たれたあの後、あいつに。
すべて無事とは言えませんが、殿下が心配しているような真似はさせてません。
そう。でも、こんな。恥ずかしくて死にそう。急に何を。傷がセオドアに舐められたら消えた。庭園での指の怪我、あの時もすぐ血が止まって。
つがい同士は互いを癒すと聞いたことがある。失礼をお許しください。
セオドア。
俺は一つもお前に傷を残したくない。
これは治療で変な意図はない。なのに声が。体が熱くて。セオドア、なんで僕の足。さっきの。怖いよ。
申し訳ありません。殿下。無事だったか？
すぐにサミュエル様と合流できたからな。今頃一網打尽だ。
クラークは？
あの殿下が見逃すものかよ。アシェル様は？
まだ薬で苦しまれている。
お前、ちゃんと抱いてやらなかったのかよ。
抱くわけがない。
つがいなんだろう。身分違いでも愛人にはなれるし、抱いちまえばよかったのに。ああ、もったいねえ。
黙れ！ゲスな考えで殿下を恥ずかしめるな。
あ！お前、自分の股間確認したか？そんなに追っ立ててよく言うぜ。
レは？
なんだ？どうした？
お前の言う通り、ゲスは俺の方だ。
お前、アホなのか？俺はつがいとか知らんが、好きな奴の裸見て興奮するのは普通なんじゃねえの？ま、痛々しい姿に興奮する趣味は俺にはないけど、脱会しよう。
そんな趣味などない。何より大事なのに、俺はひどいことを。
待て待て待て、なんだよ。おい、落ち着け。どうした？
つがいの体から自分のものではないオスの匂いがすることが許せなくて上塗りした。守るべき存在なのに、内心嫉妬でドロドロで怖い目にあったつがいを怯えさせて泣かせて。俺はつがいなのに。
転生しても嫌われ王子だったので、関係修復頑張ります。2。
賊をすべて捕らえよう。
A 君の命令だ。殺さないよう気をつける。
サミュエル様、見ていただきたいものが。ここで何か実験をしていたようで。
なんだこれは。
これは被験体に10年間継続服用をさせた薬の作用の記録である。洗脳方法や精神の変化、被験体の操作方法、副作用による体と精神への支障。被験体アシェルディアース。
人体実験。クラーク、貴様、あのおぞましい記憶は。
こんなことならさっさと殺してしまえばよかった。どこまでも邪魔な第三王子め。
賊どもを城へ送れ。逃亡者はその場で腕を切り落とせ。
あれ、城の、僕の部屋。
アシェル様がお目覚めに。皆様に知らせてまいります。
アシェル、熱は下がったか？
サミュエル兄上。母上は、真っ先に来ると思ってたのに。
ひどく取り乱していて、今は合わせられない。大変だったな。
どうして、こんな露骨に親しげなこと、今までなかったのに。ヒューゴ兄上まで来るとは。
安心しろ。犯人は皆処刑してやるからな。
処刑？
そろそろ時間だ。
ゆっくりしていろ。何も心配はいらない。
待って。ウォード、裁判って。
ああ。クラーク公爵と従属たちの公開裁判です。
公開裁判。罪人が裁かれ、処刑される姿を国民に見せて戒めとする。実質死刑が決まっている裁判。僕も行く。
丸2日意識不明だったんですよ。アシェル王子、人の話を。
セオドア。
お前も止めろ。
王子を頼んだぞ。俺は王太子の護衛に戻らないと。
僕も行く。
ですが、
僕は当事者だよ。
わかりました。
城内不法侵入と第三王子誘拐殺害未遂、一連の事件の首謀者クラーク公爵と共謀した従属たちの裁判を始める。
獣人が王族殺し？よりによってディアースと恩をあだで返すなんて、なんてことをしやがった！殺せ殺せ！
皆静粛に。
申し訳ありません。遅れました。
アシェル、休んでいると言ったはずだ。
サミュエル兄上。でも、当事者の僕が欠席は、それに処刑なんて。
王族殺害未遂だぞ。当然だろ。
アシェル、もう体はいいのか？
はい、父上。
そうか。続けよ。クラーク公爵を前へ。
王妃はどこにいらっしゃるので？隠し通路を教えていただいたお礼を申し上げねば。おかげで無事に誘拐できました。
ありえぬ。そんなたわごとを私が信じるとでも？
王妃の悪事に気づけぬ節穴め！アンジェラが前王妃フレッド様を殺したというのに！フレッド様は王妃が次女に紛れ込んで
アンジェラがフレッドだと何を言うかと思えば、なんと愚かな。
私はこの目で見たのだ！お産の時、フレッド様の近くに次女姿で、その後にフレッド様は亡くなったのだぞ！
アンジェラが殺したところを見たのか？
それは、
そもそも体が弱く、出産に耐えられないことを本人も知っていた。勝手に死ぬ者を殺す必要などあるのか？まさかそんな思い込みでアシェルを。時間の無駄だ。全員処刑せよ。はっ。
何を？
全員構え。
待ってください。まだ、話を全部聞いていません。
動機は分かっただろう。愚かな勘違いだ。
でも、従属が加担した理由を聞いていません。
クラークにそそのかされて、金にでも目がくらみ利用されたのだろう。
だからといって、これだけの人が釈明もできず、殺されるのですか？
どんな理由でも、王族殺害を企てた時点で死罪だ。
分かってる。でも納得できない。何か反論しないと。このままじゃ。
陛下。何を考え、訴えたかったのか、殺したら永久にわかりません。
ジェフリー、お前まで何を？
一番の被害者が、 望んでいますから。
従属の狩猟の口輪を外せ。
ありがとうございます。
殿下、後ろに。
セオドが下がって。
しかし。
確か、アートさんでしたよね。あなたの話を聞かせてください。うなずいてくれた。
好きで族になったわけじゃない。人間に騙されて破滅した者や脱走奴隷ばかりだ。差別や偏見で居場所がなくて生きるために必死だった。従人が真っ当に生きていけるこの国は希望だが、無限に難民を受け入れることは不可能だろ。助け合って何でもしないと捕まるか死ぬ。
古くから世界中で続く根深い従人差別。全ての従人がこの国へなだれ込めば均衡が崩れて戦争が起こる可能性もある。ならなんでこんなことを。
あんたが王になったら希望はついえる。従人嫌いの第三王子。
大丈夫なのか？
ひどい折檻を受けた従人もいるって。
王族なのに従人差別を。
王太子派と王位を争ってるんだろ？
王になったら従人差別禁止を撤廃するとクラークから聞いて。だから俺たちは
操られていたとはいえ大元の原因は僕じゃないか。僕を洗脳してまで従人を憎ませて従人には悪い噂を広めて何のために。そうか、クラーク卿、あなたは彼らが僕を憎むように仕向けたんだ。洗脳したアシェルが非道な行いをするよう操り、従人から憎まれた頃に協力を申し出て利用する。この人たちは僕と同じだ。クラーク公爵にいいように踊らされて、それで罪人として殺されてしまうなんて間違ってる。
気が済んだか。なら刑を実行する。
待ってください。彼らは。
どんな理由でも罪状は同じだ。
そんな。
サミュエル。
はい。
お願いします。待ってください。彼らの命を奪うなんて間違ってる。彼らが罪人なら僕も罪を償うべきだ。そもそも僕が従人差別をしなければ。
過去の行いはクラークの洗脳によるものだ。教育係の立場を利用し、幼い頃から薬を飲ませてお前を操ったのだ。
どういうこと？操られていたって。
なんで父上がそのことを。
お前に罪があるなら全て奴の罪だ。サミュエル、剣をよこせ。
はい。
子供をもてあそんでさぞ楽しかっただろうな。
あんな女との子などフレッド様への裏切りだ。心残りは王子を殺せなかったことだけ。私は死など怖くない。やっとフレッド様の元へ行ける。
そうか。
そのペンダントは。あ、そんな。嘘だ嘘だ嘘だ。
貴様を王家の反逆罪で北欧自らの手によって死刑に処する。
大丈夫ですか？
王族に歯向かう者がどうなるか見せしめの公開裁判だ。今後このような愚かなものを出さないために。それでもお前は私が間違っているというのか。
結局何もできない。いらぬ希望を持たせただけ。何か行動しても悪い方が言ってしまった。何も行動しない自分を変えたいと思ったのに、僕が何かしたところで何の意味もないんだ。幼かった僕に何ができたって言うんだ。どうして僕だけこんな目に。でも、はい、間違っています。 彼らだって好きであんなことをしたんじゃない。きっと少し前だったら諦めてた。こんな簡単に命を奪うなんておかしいです。そんな自分を変えたいならここで逃げたら絶対にダメだ。
てか
そこまで言うならお前にも責任を取らせてやろう。従属は国外永久追放。お前の王位継承権も永久に剥奪する。
殿下大丈夫ですか？
入れ。
従属を処刑せず済んでよかったですね。処刑したら暴動が起きたでしょうから。二言があっては王族の権威を疑われる。だから処刑だと思いましたが、そうしなかった。
望み通り罰を与えただけだ。
処刑していたらアシェルの立場はさらに悪くなっていたでしょう。哀れな囚人たちを死に追いやった愚かな傀儡王子。悪評で使えない継承権なら剥奪しても問題ない。身を挺して囚人たちを救った姿は民の心を掴んだでしょう。
何の話だ。なんだ、まだあるのか。
処刑の直前、クラークに何を見せたのですか？
フレッドの形見だ。
母上の？
フレッドの故郷では愛しい者の絵姿を肌身離さず持ち歩く習慣があるらしい。ここには我が愛しのアンジェラとある。フレッドの心は一度たりとも私を受け入れなかったが、初めて泣いて私に頼んだんだ。最後の時間は愛する人と過ごしたいと。
父上は叶えたのですね。なぜ周りに隠して？
次女と偽れば余計なしがらみもなく共に過ごせた。あの男も私も二人して同じ男を愛したゆえに実に愚かだ。もしこうなると分かっていたら、それでもきっと彼の願いを叶えずにはいられなかっただろうな。
あの時クラークには何を？
真実を伝えただけだ。お前のせいでフレッドは死後も苦しめられている。愚かな誤解で愛する女の息子を殺そうとしたお前をさぞ憎んでいるだろうな。
はあ、また父上に失望された。外から話し声が。なんだろ
う。アンジェラ王妃が大変らしいぞ。さっきやっと落ち着いたって聞いたのに、継承権剥奪のことを知られたみたいで。
どこのバカが教えたんだよ。ちょっと様子を見に行ってくる。
母上が。
隠し通路を教えていただいたお礼を申し上げねば。おかげで無事に誘拐できました。
過保護な母上が僕を介するなんてありえない。でもなんで会いに来てくれないのかな。
お前の王位継承権も永久に剥奪する。
役立たずの王子はもういらないのかも。疲れたな。従属の命は救えたけど、元は僕が操られたせい。許せないよね。きっとまだ恨まれてる。全部後手後手。全部間に合わない。何も追いつけない。僕は世界で一番いらない存在なのかも。誰からも本当に。
殿下。
セオドは
顔色が悪いです。医者を。
行かないで。もう少し。セオドはどうして目をそらすの？あ、もしかしてこの前のことを気にして。ごめん、つい一人になるのが怖くて。また 僕のことばかり押し付けて、セオドアの気持ち考えてなかった。甘えてごめんね。
殿下はすぐに謝りますね。
あんな恥ずかしい姿見せられて、セオドアだって気まずいでしょ。
あの時、苦しむ殿下に欲情して自分のものにしようと、そんな私の方が恥ずかしい。今でもまだあなたをなので二人きりでいる自信がないのです。お許しください。王に立ち向かう姿に見惚れた眩しく尊い人。あの時の殿下に従人たちが夢に見る差別のない国の理想の王族の姿を見た。いつか従人たちの希望を背負うであろうかけがえのない人。そんな殿下に俺は大事な俺のつがい、手にしたらきっと手放せなくなる。一生腕の中に囲って全て奪ってしまう。従人の本能も香りもないなら、少しずつ距離を置けば殿下の気持ちもいつか風化していくはず。俺が耐えればいい。俺は一生あなたを陰ながら守っていく。
待って。
殿下。
それでもいいから、そばにいて。お願い。
この先は引き返せなくなります。それでもよろしいのですか？せっかく諦めようと思ったのに。自分にも従人の血が流れていたから、従人の扱いがひどいあなたが大嫌いでした。襲撃から逃げたノトビスの森で香りに気づいて、庭園で血を見た瞬間、あなたがつがいだと確信した。つがいだからといって、好きになってたまるかと、あなたを突き放そうとした。
前にも嫌いだって言ってた。もしかして本当は今もつがいだから逆らえないだけ。僕の勘違い。
そんな不安そうな顔しないでください。あなたは変わった。近くで見ていて分かったんです。つがいだからじゃない。私は殿下が好きです。
僕もセオドアが好き。セオドア。そんなに大事にしないで。本当は僕ずるいんだ。つがいだから僕を絶対に見捨てないってこうして繋ぎ止めようとしてる。誰からも失望されて一人になるのが怖いから。
あなたが本当に一人になればいいのに。そうしたらどこか遠くに連れ去れるのに。平民で半獣の騎士と王子、身分差が大きすぎる。けれどもアジェル、これほど幸福感に満たされたことはない。もう離れられない。この先何があってもそばにいる。ずっと。 転生しても嫌われ王子だったので、関係修復頑張ります。2。
あれ、熱出してた。なんだろう、腰が。あ、僕、セオドアと。
アシェル様、熱は下がりましたか？お休みの間の報告です。従属たちは昨日、国外に追放されました。王妃やノア王子の見舞いもありましたが、殿下は熱にうなされお会いできず。
そう。
それでは。
いつも通り、まるで何もなかったみたいな。セオドア！セオドア、顔真っ赤。
申し訳ありません。歯止めが効かず、殿下にご負担を。合わせる顔がない。
セオドア。
殿下。好
き。
私も同じ気持ちです。殿下のそばを一生離れません。いくつか問題もありますが。
戦や祭りごとの才能も王位継承権もない王族が国のために役に立つ手段といえば、僕は政略結婚で他国に嫁がされるの？厄介払い。
落ち着いてください。そんな話は一切出ていませんから。ただ、今後忙しくなるので、お体を休めてください。失礼します。
ルイス！
ブランカ。
アシェル殿下は？
先ほど目覚めた。
ならお前も休めよ。一晩中いたろ。
直属護衛騎士が殿下の近くにいて何が悪い？
ああ、興味ないって顔してたくせに。
なんだ急に。
別に、遊び人の勘ってやつ。サミュエル王子に気をつけろよ。アシェル様に手を出そうとした時に、ものすごい牽制された。
はぁ？
隠すつもりある？
何がだ？
あ、無自覚？ダメだ。以前のお前と全然違うってこと。お互い火遊びじゃないんだろ。王族の婚姻は国王が決める。アシェル王子もいずれは。早めに諦めろ。傷が浅いうちに。
覚悟の上だ。やはりここを頼んでもいいか？すぐ戻る。
おい、ルイス！
言われなくても分かっているさ。だから離れようと決心したのに。もう手放せない。手に入れるためなら何でもする。王族の婚姻について調べなくては。王に認めさせるための手がかりを。
ノア、
元気になってよかった。2日も寝込んで心配したよ。どこ行くの？
母上に会いに。
ノアが見舞いに一緒に来いって。
ありがとう、ノア。もう大丈夫。
本当に大丈夫なのかよ。なんで従属を助けたんだ？急に聖人君子みたいに。まだノアが小さい頃、お前は乱暴でノアを目の敵にしてたよな。それも薬のせい？クラーク公爵が何のために？
それは。
またひどいこと言って。ヒューゴ兄様なんか嫌いだ。
なんだよ、わがまま聞いてやったのに。もういい、勝手にしろ。
もう兄様。
ノアが嫌いって言ったんだろうが。
だって
もう泣くなって。
ノアがもっと小さい頃。そうだ、あの時の僕は洗脳されてた間、感情は曖昧だったけど、兄上と仲いいのが羨ましくて、多分嫉妬してた。
そうかよ。 嫌味で兄上と呼んでるんだと思ってた。
ヒューゴ兄上はあちらのお席に。え？
母親が平民だって会うたびバカにして、本心では俺を兄だと認めてないんだと思ってた。実験記録を見た。
幻覚や幻聴に苦しみ、苛立って情緒不安定。兄王子たちを気にして仲良くしたい素振りを見せている。姿を見かけるたびに見つめている。話しかけたい様子。
違ったんだな。今さら優しくしたりできねえよ。お前に兄上って呼ばれるの気持ち悪いし。
え？
ヒューゴでいい。別にお前だから嫌ってわけじゃねえし、急に兄上呼びとか慣れなくて変だろ。アシェル。
ありがとう。母上、失礼いたします。
クラークの件聞いたわ。
はい。
あんな男を信用した私のせいでお前の身を危険にさらした上に王位継承権まで。
母上、継承権なんていらないんです。僕は王になりたくない。
アシェル、何をバカな。お前を王にするために産んだのよ。王族の女の役目、世継ぎを誓ったの、フレッドと。なのに
母上、なぜ前王妃の名前が。
アンジェラ。
父上。
お前が誘拐されてからひどく不安定でな。お前の母は世継ぎを産むことを最優先事項として教え込まれて育った。自分の息子を王にすることに固執している。
前王妃との誓い、父上は何かご存知なのですか？
フレッドはアンジェラを愛していた。だが、私がフレッドを妻にと望んだため、立場上断れず諦めたんだ。
母上のペンダントにジェフリー様？違う。アンジェラ、どうか忘れないで。フレッドって書いてある。この人が前王妃様。
フレッドとジェフリーは似ているんだ。フレッドが嫁ぐ前に送ったものらしい。
母上は
今も大事に持っている。それが答えだろう。
だから父上は処刑の時クラークにありえないって。
クラークは誤解したようだが、フレッドが既得になった時、アンジェラを呼んだのは私だ。彼の最後の望みを叶えるために。
死にたくない。ずっと君のそばに。
バカね、これから一緒にいられるわ。
子供なんか産みたくない。世継ぎなんてどうでもいい。
何を言うの。次の王を産むのは誇り高きことよ。
俺は君の子供が欲しかった。君に似た天使のような。
フレッド、なんてこと。
君が世継ぎを産むんだ。誓ってよ、アンジェラ。世継ぎを産むため第二王子との俺との結婚を断ったんだろう。そうでなければ俺は何のために諦めたんだ。何のために今から死ぬ。
どいてください。まずい、このままだと。
フレッド、誓うわ。だからフレッ
ド。死の間際の誓いにとらわれて、アンジェラはお前の王位に固執している。責任は私にもある。己のことに手一杯で彼女を追い込んだ。自分が知らず引き裂いた恋を見守ることしかできなかった。愛した人の死に際に必要とされず、 失った後、共に過ごすのは必要とされた相手。私は逃げたのだ。誰も私を知らないところに行きたくて。
そんな無茶な飲み方、体を壊すぞ。
そこでフレッドと似ているジェフリーと出会った。妊娠したジェフリーの王族入りを請うと、腹の子の継承権破棄を条件にアンジェラは許した。しかし挨拶に来たジェフリーの顔を見て、
フレッド。
追い詰められて歪んだ。妊娠したアンジェラが自分の子を王太子にしろと言うまで誓いを本気で守る気だと思わなかった。
僕を王太子にだなんて。
もちろんそんなことは許されない。だが後ろ盾の差から派閥争いが起きた。クラークが対立を煽ったのだろうな。それに未確定だがアンジェラも操られていた可能性がある。クラークの記録にランダリムを使った自白薬があった。おそらくそれで隠し通路を。常軌を逸するほど不安定で感情的。薬で催眠状態だった。従属たちと同じ症状だ。中毒性はないらしいが。アシェル、私は我が子から目をそらし何も気づけなかった愚かな父だ。アンジェラにもお前にも接し方がわからなかった。愛した男の愛した女、憎いわけではない。ただ悲しいだけ。愛する努力をしたが思いが返ってこないことに怯えて、もう誰かを愛するのは怖かった。我が子ですら愛し方がわからない。お前は何も悪くない。すべて私が招いたことなのにすまなかった。
記憶が。いいな、兄上たち楽しそう。僕も混ぜてくれないかな。父上にどうしたら褒めてもらえるんだろう。父上、どうしたら僕を見てくれますか。父上に抱っこしてほしい。でもいつも怖い顔をしてる。無視したり睨んだり。兄上たちは僕のことが嫌いなんだ。なんで僕だけのけ者にするの。同じ兄弟なのに僕だけ。違うんです。僕は望んでない。父上、僕の話を聞いて。嫌わないで。僕の本当の気持ちは。誰か助けて。
すまない。私は父としてふさわしくない。
僕は父上に愛されたかった。父上を愛してるから、謝罪よりもただ一言、愛してると言ってほしい。
苦しみに気づかず救うこともできず、なぜお前がそこまで私を慕うのか理解できない。愛されたいと言われても愛し方もわからない。だが純粋に慕ってくる我が子をどうして嫌うことができる。
アシェル様。
セオドは母上の代わりに父上と話せたよ。それで思い出したことがあるんだ。城下町までついてきてもらえるかな。
アシェル様の瞳の色と同じ宝石のように澄んだ青糸で織った織物だ。
アシェル王子が誕生祭で口にしたうちの自慢のパイだ。今も時々お忍びで買いに来るパイだよ。
何これ。
公開裁判に感動して話を広げた者がいるようで、恩義を犠牲に獣人を救った天使のような方だと町中が殿下を称えてるんです。見つかっては大変です。この道からって。
王室御用達フォールド食堂。誕生祭にてアシェル王子とノア王子、
ヒューゴ王子がご来店。
うわ、大きな看板。
あの狐。人が集まっています。裏から入りましょう。
そうだね。え、人が倒れて。リリアンさん。
なんであんたが。
とりあえず中へ。
リリアン姉さん、どうしたんですか？
手を止めない。客が待ってるでしょ。
はい。
寝室は上か？
聞いたわ。あんたの話。公爵に何をされてたのかも。だから不可抗力だったと言いに来たわけ？
違います。
なら今さら話すことなんて。
僕の次女だったあなたにお礼を言いに来ました。意志を奪われていても、あなたのことは覚えていた。残虐な行いの僕に仕えることを誰もが嫌がる中、あなただけが次女としてちゃんと尽くしてくれたから。本当はいつも感謝していました。
あの頃。アシェル様。お茶の時間の後に頻繁に寝込むから原因を調べたの。いつもランダリムを出した後だった。公爵から指定があったし、本人も好んでいて。でも私、城にあった分、すべて捨てたの。
え？
貴重な茶葉だって言ってたから、捨てればしばらく飲めなくなるって。なのにすぐにまた出されていて、とっさに止めようと。結局、私はあんたに何もしてない。ただ次女の仕事をこなしてただけで。
そんなこと、体調の変化に気づけるほど僕を見てくれてた。
リリアン、大丈夫か？なんで手なんか握って。いくら王子でも許さ。誰を許さないだと？なんだあの看板は。おい、尻尾離せ！リリアン、腹の子は大丈夫か？
ちょっと、バラしてんじゃないわよ！
両思いになったんだ。そっか、よかった。
謝罪は受け入れない。でも、礼ぐらいは言わせてあげる。
ありがとうございます。
それじゃあ、次は食事もしていって。
ええ、ぜひ。リリアンさん、きっと幸せになれるよね。
つがいを幸せにするためなら、何でもやりますよ。私もそうです。
セオドは今日もいない。僕の護衛以外の仕事もあるだろうけど、わがままかもしれない。セオドアがそばにいないと不安になってしまった。セオドア！ウォード。
なんかがっかりしてません？
してない！それよりどうしたの？
サミュエル王子がお呼びですよ。
アシェル、久しぶりだな。
すみません。僕のせいで仕事を増やしてしまって。
お前のせいじゃないさ。来たところに悪いが、休養で少し出る。すぐ片付けるから、中で待っていてくれ。ウォードは手伝え。
わかりました。
では、お待ちしてます。兄上の部屋、初めて入るの。何の音？全部、金髪壁画の天使の絵だ。あの絵が倒れたのか。起こしておこう。よいしょ。この絵、もしかして僕、顔が切り刻まれて。
これは致命的な間違いがあって、もう捨てるんだ。もっと精密に書き直してもらわないと。本物はもっと美しい。どうした？ アシェル。
転生しても嫌われ王子だったので、関係修復頑張ります。2。
どうした？何を怯えてる？
この絵は、僕ですか？なんであんな。
これはまがいものだ。アシェルに何一つ似ていない。今のアシェルを早急に描かせねば。すべてが完璧で、翼がないのが不思議だ。だが、翼の代わりに傷があるそうだな。医師から報告を受けた。
あの時の。
狼の獣人が無知でやったと森人から聞いた。死刑にすべきだが、王が減刑したなら従うしかない。その獣人だけはムロフスアに送ってやったよ。
ムロフスアは獣人狩りとひどい差別がある国。
お前を傷つけ汚そうとした報いだ。アシェル。
兄上。
お前は天の使いだ。神に近い存在。お前を汚すなど誰にも許されない。
話して。
失礼します。
何か用か、セオドは。
陛下より本日から王家の食卓再開とのことです。
そうか。
殿下に何を？
何というのは？
僕、そろそろ失礼します。
殿下。殿下、大丈夫ですか？
ちょっと驚いて。
先ほどのあの部屋。
サミュエル王子に気をつけろ。
なぜ今さら殿下に執着する？すみません。苦しかったですか？
うん。ありがとう。セオドアがそばにいてくれたら怖くない。
私は殿下のためなら何でもします。
アシェル兄様、全員揃うのは久しぶりだね。ヒューゴ兄様もアシェル兄様が王家の食卓に来るか心配してたんだよ。ね。
あ、呼び捨てでって言われたけど、さすがに公の場ではダメだよね。なんて呼べば。
アシェル兄様？
ノアと同じ兄様呼びなら。ありがとうございます。ヒューゴ兄様。やっぱり兄様もダメだったか。そもそも兄って呼ぶなってこと。じゃあ一体どうすれば。
ずいぶん親しげに呼ぶようになりましたね。
ジェフリー様。
ヒューゴのあの顔照れてるんですよ。
聞こえてる！照れてない！
私もアシェルに兄様と呼ばれたいな。
え？
兄上だと堅苦しい。
サミュエル兄様。
それでいい？
何考えてるかわからない。怖い。
国王陛下、王妃殿下、ご到着でございます。
早く席に着かなくちゃ。でも継承権がない場合どう座れば。
アシェルはこちらに。せっかく王妃がいらしたのだ。隣に座りなさい。
兄上が隣か。気まずい。はい。
皆揃っての食事は久しいですね。アンジェラ王妃、体調が良くなられて安心しました。
何が言いたい？ 陛下のいる前で貶めたいのか？
いいえ、ただあなたを案じていたのです。
案じている？お前が、この私を？ぬけぬけと。継承権剥奪でさぞ喜んだのでしょう。だからといって、お前の息子に、平民の血筋に王位継承権を与えられは。
いい加減腹を割って話そうぜ。
なんて乱暴な。
お前が平民うるさいかららしくしたんだ。
陛下、こんなことよろしいのですか？
俺たちがこんなんだから、ちゃんと話し合っていれば起きなかったかもしれない事件だろ。アシェル王子がかわいそうだと思わねえのかよ。
穏やかで物静かなジェフリー様が本当に同一人物。
大体さ、ヒューゴが王様？バカ言うなよ。誰が王になんてさせるか。そもそもこんな脳筋バカがなれるわけねえし。
おい、息子に向かってなんてこと言いやがる。
ノアだってこんなに愛らしくて可愛いんだ。のびのび育てて幸せに暮らせるようにしてあげないと。王様なんかになったらこのアホみたいになっちまう。最初っから王位継承権なんて願い下げなんだよ。
陛下がアホですって？
ジェフリー。
アホは言い過ぎた。悪い。とにかくただ純粋に心配したってこと。同じ母親なんだからさ。
確かに生きた心地がしなかったわ。アシェルに何かあったら私も死のうと。でも平民に心配される言われはないわ。しかも陛下を侮辱するなど。
あ？アホはアホだろ。
身の程をわきまえなさい。
二人とも黙れ。
いいから言わせろよ。本心を話さないから疑っちまうんだろ。
うわ、カオスだ。
すまない。いつも澄ました顔の二人が感情あらわに言い争うなど。
陛下。
良いではないか。ここには家族と王族に献身を誓った騎士しかいない。ジェフリーの言う通り、お互いに話し合わねば、あらぬ誤解を生む。私は今回のことでよくわかった。相手が何を思い、何を望んでいたのか。話し合わなければ一生知らなかった。アンジェラ、死んだ者に囚われ、翻弄されるのはもうやめよう。
陛下。
我々は語らう必要がある。少しずつでいい。好きになれとは言わない。まず、お互いを理解してくれ。私も努力する。
はい、陛下。
昔がどうであれ、愛とは違うのかもしれないけど、二人だけの絆は確かにあるんだ。
そういえば、アシュル、サミュエルから話は聞いたか？
え？
お前に婚約の話が殺到して。
なんで？
ほぼ男からだろう。美貌の王子がフリーになったら、嫁にしたい奴らが殺到するよな。
まあ、おおむねヒューゴの言う通りだな。
婚約って、心配してた通りに。僕は、誰とも、婚約したくはありません。
遅かれ早かれ、誰かと婚姻を結ぶのだ。それとも、好きな者でもいるのか？
もし、セオドアを好きだと答えたら、どうなるのだろう。
アシェルは誰とも結婚させません。
え？
アシェルは神殿に行かせましょう。巫女として扱われるべき存在です。
何をバカなことを！
では、他国に嫁がせますか？望まない婚姻で他国へ嫁いだ者がどうなるか、よくご存知でしょ？
それは。
ファナーーラの新官長に、巫女の推薦文を送りました。完璧な美しさ、慈悲深い心、まさしく天使、尊ぶべき存在。たかが人間ごときがアシェルと婚姻だなんて、許されない冒涜だ。
ファナーーラ神殿、国から独立した勢力を持ち、王族であろうと無下に扱えない治外法権。そんなところで、巫女。
気でも狂ったの？アシェルから手を離しなさい。
至って正常ですよ。アシェル以上の存在などこの世にいない。私はアシェルを愛しています。
サミュエル兄上、やめ。
兄様、だろ？
どうしよう。
殿下。
あっ！セオドア！
どういうつもりだ、セオドア。
アシェル殿下がお困りでしたので。
二人ともやめよ。サミュエルもバカな冗談はよせ。決めるのはアシェルだ。王族に婚姻は必須だ。この国の貴族となら他国に行く必要もない。すでに相手がいるならこの場で申してみよ
う。いいえ。どうしよう。セオドアの顔見れない。
すぐにという話ではないわ。安心なさい。
母上。
アシェル、ごめんなさい。自分勝手な考えであなたを危険な目に。母親失格だけど信じてほしいの。約束だけが理由で王位にこだわったわけじゃない。あなたを王にして誰より幸せになってほしかったから。だからあなたが望まぬ婚姻などさせないわ。神殿なんてもってのほか。なぜアシェルに固執する？
先ほど申し上げた通りですが、アシェル。神殿の巫女とし、何不自由ない暮らしを。
信用ならない。神官長とあなたはただならぬ仲と聞いているが。
ただの古い友人です。私はもともと信仰深いので。
とにかくどこにも行かせないわ。行きましょう、アシェル。
なんで兄上は僕を。
サミュエル王子に近づかないように気をつけてね。
はい。
殿下。部屋へ戻りますか？
もしあの時、セオドアが好きだって言えたら、操られてるわけでもないのに、本当の気持ちが言えない。
殿下。何でもありません。
やっぱり怒ってた。当然だ。好きな人はいないって言ったようなものじゃないか。セオドアを傷つけたくない。違うんだ。僕は。
殿下。
僕は、セオドアが。
殿下。ここでは少々。
必死で周りが見えてなかった。
いかがなさいましたか？
さっき、セオドアのこと言えなくてごめん。
致し方ありません。私は騎士とはいえ、平民ですから。殿下の立場は理解しています。
平民なんて関係ない。僕はセオドアが好き。なら、なんであの時言えなかったんだ。他の人となんて結婚しないよ。もう操られていないのに、声が出せたのに。
平民と王族が婚姻を結ぶことは本来ならありえません。殿下。ジェフリー様はすでにヒューゴ王子を身ごもっていたため許された特例。それ以前は一度も認められていません。
分かっていたことなのに、セオドアから言われるとひどく胸が痛む。そうだけど。
そんな顔しないでください。覚悟の上です。私が殿下を諦めようとした時に触れることを許してくださった。だから何があろうと殿下のそばにいます。
好きな人はいないと目の前で自分の存在を否定されたら、自分以外と結婚するかもしれないとしたら、胸が苦しい。こんな思いを覚悟の上だと言わせてしまった。何もかも捨ててセオドアと
すまない。
すぐにという話ではないわ。安心なさい。できない。何より大切で誰より好きなのに、僕は選べない。捨てられない。なんて、ずるい。絶対、セオドア以外と結婚なんてしない。
はい、殿下。
セオドアは、つがいの、僕のためなら何でもするって言った。たとえ誰かと結婚しても、責めることなくそばにいてくれる。僕が苦しまないよう、僕の幸せのために、何でも。僕はただ一人になるのが怖くて、自分のことだけ考えてた。
殿下。
セオドアは僕のこといっぱい考えてくれてたのに。この先の未来に僕だって覚悟を決める。本気だよ、セオドア。あの夜、セオドアが全てを覚悟して抱きしめてくれたように、僕も。だから、
失礼しました。
僕は真剣なんだから。それに、二人の時は敬語もやめて、名前も、アシェルって呼んで。
アシェルがそう望むなら。勘違いしているようだが、俺はアシェルを誰にも触れさせないつもりだ。
え？
あの時言っただろ。この先は、引き返せなくなりますって。この足の傷、やはり悔やんでも悔やみきれない。
いや、もう大丈夫だから、そんなところにキスは。
俺が大丈夫じゃない。俺がしたのは、アシェルをもう手放さない覚悟だ。変な勘違いをよせ。誰かと結婚なんてさせない。もちろん、こういうことも。替えのシーツを取ってくる。
セオドアが好き。どうすればいいのかな。いつまで婚約を拒否できる。僕はセオドアと一緒にいたいだけなのに。
せーの、アンジェンテ。アンジェンテは、好きが見つかる新しい BL ボイスコミックチャンネルです。この動画を好きと思ったら、チャンネル登録、高評価ボタンをお願いします。
転生しても嫌われ王子だったので、関係修復頑張ります。2は、全国の書店、電子ストアで大好評発売中。動画にはないシーンやセリフもありますので、ぜひそちらもチェックしてみてくださいね。
好きなものを好きなだけ、今日がちょっといい日になる。
そんな時間をあなたにお届けしていきます。アンジェンテの応援、よろしくお願いします。
I feel like that's a high expectation, by the way, for like even a therapist. To be like every word must be perfect. I don't know. Yeah, the sounds you make when speaking can be translated into English and displayed as text on the lenses of the glasses. No way. So you have like, you get subtitles, IRL. That's really sick. Like, that's really cool. That's really cool. Just anything turns into an anime. Nice. I love that. I don't believe you should judge with in the first interaction. I think that's going in with bad faith. Yeah, well, I guess like I can understand that nowadays there's like a lot of people like pretending to know stuff, right? But at the same time, I feel like it's really like, even with a psychologist, you just can you can be unlucky, right? Hmm? A certificate holds significant importance as it serves as evidence that the knowledge or claims being presented are grounded in verified and critically reviewed information. It not only demonstrates the subject, but also provides credibility, ensuring others that the statements are based on reliable academic sources rather than personal opinion or unfair assumptions. Yeah, I mean, it gives more evidence, but just like, you can always have like a bad run, but I do understand that it like makes sense to like look for an individual who's knowledgeable. That's why I want to build my knowledge. But I'm as of now, I'm just building my knowledge by learning without like official certifications. So I did these like 2 certificates, like the counseling certificate and the stress management certificate. But then I noticed that with certificates, it's actually like they're only like the certificates you can sort of, well, you can get are always given out by like some sort of business or university and stuff like this. So it really depends if you then like believe that like the person who's giving out the certificates. That's why I sort of like low-key have given up on certificates and instead consider if I do like the psychology like university like study psychology. But I'm not sure if I want to put in the money. Considering I don't really want to go into this needing to make money off of it, right? And yeah, just studying is like, it does cost something, you know? And that's just like one of those things where I'm like, if I don't want to become a psychologist where I need money, like where I make money out of this, I don't really want to take like a loan to actually like do the degree. Like that just seems like I'm not sure. And then at the end of the day, like your skill really depends on your, well, on how serious you take it personally, right? And on your intentions as well. And I feel like, especially today, it's like what is true and what is wrong really it's like harder to tell than before. Like there's studies about a lot of things. And we can never be like quite sure, even if we have like a really good study. That's also something you actually learn in psychology. So the book I'm reading actually points out that like any study, even like if it has been like sort of proven like a lot of times, you can never be entirely sure. So what I try to do is I try to just not give like these like general things, but actually link to the articles or the studies I have gotten that information from. Or just use like very personal approaches where it's just really about you and your own opinion about this. So, but yeah, after all, it's definitely your choice, Redman. And you don't have to be here. There's a free resource, and you can either, well, you know, you can either like try it out. And for example, you can just watch while I listen to other people, right? And see if that's if you like the answers. Or can try it yourself and see if you like those answers. But yeah. Have fun lurking, Ray. My therapist always says to me, like, love yourself. Is that easy for you to do, Sushi Masters? Like, do you know what to do in that moment? Welcome, Howard Steele. Hello, hello. But okay. For me, it's been exhausting. There's a lot of things coming up which are sort of stressful. So, yeah. Today I even have like a like a doctor's appointment still, and then there's like D&D we play. So I don't know, just pretty booked in recent time, and yeah, taking care of myself to keep up. And hi Julie, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Corrupted. I can get a peer support certificate here in the Netherlands. From a school just under uni, and it's worth nothing. If I wanted to do the peer support work, only the one from uni would be accepted, but it's like 5 times more expensive. Yeah. That's the annoying part. Like, I looked into certificates, and like the certificates which actually mean something, they're expensive. Like, I don't know, like it's not as easy to like it's really easy to get a free education. It's not easy to get like a certificate or anything you can sort of like as evidence that you actually like understood that free education. So that's sort of the twist we have. Like it's really easy to like find the resources to learn something. It's not easy to prove that you understood something. So yeah, I'm sort of like, that's why I'm considering whether I like, so these are like the two approaches I sort of have. Like either I literally just study psychology still and put in the money. But then also I should to some extent like make that money back I used on the studies. And then the second thing would be that I don't even try to get any sort of like official certifications or anything, and I just prove to you what I can do. And you just believe me from what you see. Welcome, Socialland. I think we're sort of talking about like certificates. I'm new, but I also know that most mental health on Twitch is peer support. Yeah. Oh, I could never play horror games. Like, Chet asked me like so many times, but hell no. I'm not doing that shit. But I always check my, so that's like the only thing I can tell you guys. Like, I always check my tags. So if I game, and I sometimes game, for example, like League, I don't have like peer support or mental health or something in my in the like stream tags or anything. So I do want to learn D&D at some point. I mean, D&D is really great corrupted. Like we do have the like D&D part in our like a D&D channel in our Discord, right? Like you can always say that you would be interested to play. Social and we don't dismiss the seriousness of mental health, please. I'm just gonna, I don't think there's a good fit. No. I would be so down to play D&D. It's been so long since I played. Been DMing for my siblings. I haven't gotten to play. I see. I really like DM. I also really like playing. Yeah, I really like D&D. We've also been like, we've been playing like Draw Steel. That was really cool as well. And then we also played Stormlight. That was also really cool. Or well, it's called like Cosmere RPG. All right, Pandas. See you later. So, yeah, but again, also there, I feel like if there's any like interest in like playing D&D, I would always type that in the D&D general, because there might just, I don't know, like if there's enough people who are interested, like a person might just be like, you know what, like let's start a new campaign. I just saw your message corrupted. I think that's a really, really nice introduction. Yes. Good idea. Hydrate, everybody. I am doing my best, Asta. I should stream more often so you can get VIP quicker. I will do my best. I just shake the whole thing while it was open. Yeah. Can you just Good morning, Tainted Wisdom. If you really want to, you can self-teach and become almost anything if you really want to. I hate myself for knowing this, not pushing myself to be the best version of me. Like me posting this instead of doing what I need to do. Yeah, but I definitely like understand where you're coming from. Like there is like you can. This is sort of like the dilemma I'm in, I guess. I'm like, because I understand that like having certificates and like having like, for example, like a bachelor in psychology would sort of like help my credibility to people trying to determine how credible I am and how much they can believe what I'm saying, right? But at the same time, it's just I feel like low-key, it's not the best use of my time. Like, it's not the most efficient way of actually learning about a topic, you know what I mean? It's, I don't know, like, if I, because it's, so the thing is, for example, with like the normal psychology degree, a lot of it is actually about statistics, which is definitely an important topic, don't get me wrong. But like if you study psychology for like a bachelor, you can't even become a therapist. Like this is at least not like not in Germany. Like that's not how it works. Like you need to have like a master in clinical psychology, and then work in clinical psychology for like a long time until you actually become like a psychologist where you talk to people. So it's not, yeah, it's not like specifically where we are. It's also not specifically what I want to do. Like this, in any case, like this entire stream here is supposed to be like not supposed to be like therapy, right? And it will never be like therapy. Like I feel like we have to be aware of this, right? Like this is a like at best this is a group session. But even then, it's like this is online. Like you all don't see each other. We're not all in person. We come from entirely different cultures. Like this is always limited in the capacity of what it can achieve. And then the other thing is like, for example, like even therapists, like I could call myself therapist actually. Therapist is, according to my therapist, not a word which is protected. So just putting that also in the bin, like I could even call myself therapist if I wanted to. And like coach, like anybody can call themselves coach. Like that has like also like no protection whatsoever. I think counselor was also something like anybody can call themselves. Like, so it really like the title you give yourself doesn't like most of them are not even protected. You're our life coach. I guess yeah, technically that would be or like mental health coach or something, you know. But yeah, I guess that would be like a title. I could give myself. But yeah, it's also I don't know. I feel like these categories are so are seen different depending on where you come from. And what I can do and what I'm not able to do is also not really based on certificates. Like if I've done like any certificate like 10 years ago, like how does that mean like I'm still able to do that, right? And we see that best with like psychologists on like YouTube. Like there's so many which are just talking bullshit. There's a lot of great ones too. Like don't get me wrong, I don't hate on psychologists here. The only thing I'm trying to point out here is that there's always good and bad. ones, and there are some which fit better to you than others. But yeah, I don't know, like having this like responsibility of like, oh, every word has to be perfect. I don't even think my psychologists adhere to that standard. It's a really high standard. Therapist and counselor are a title given to people after years of study. Yeah, no. I don't like. I agree with you that I wouldn't call like I don't call myself therapist for that reason, because I feel like it definitely implies that you have studied and stuff like this, you know. Counselor actually is like, to my interpretation, it would be a title I give to somebody who has like a certificate as a counselor. Technically, I have a certificate as a counselor too. It's a shitty like it's from a place which is just like giving out certificates for like no money. So you know, like you can do with that what you will. So counselor is definitely also something where I'm like, huh, okay, I'm not sure. But yeah, like under like in the Netherlands, under law protected is not even therapist. Because therapist in itself is not technically saying what you are a therapist in. Because there's like a psychotherapist, right? Like there's a lot of different types of therapists. So therapist in itself is not protected. But like the specific type of therapists, those are protected. But normal people, if you say I'm a therapist and like, oh yeah, I do mental health stuff, you imply a truth here, and you imply that. So that would be, apparently, according to my therapist, legal. But yeah, this is not like even if I study psychology and I'm a therapist, this stream will not be a good, like, you don't use this stream to not go to therapy. Like, if you can go to actual therapy, you go to actual therapy. This stream is a supplement, you can say. So, I'm from China. All schools are public. Private schools are not recognized. Yeah. I think technically that's not too bad, right? Because I feel like if private schools are recognized, then sometimes private schools can become more important and more sort of like be worth more than public schools, which would then lead to a disadvantage. But you have done it once in good manner, so you can be trusted with the things to be able to at least repeat. Not much like, yeah. What do you mean, Navandro? I'm unsure. Yeah, exactly. Like, even with a therapist, I think it's a really high standard to expect that every word is perfect. But usually you build enough trust to get past any imperfections, even if you have such a high standard. Growing up, it was follow the rules, do what you are told, and you will succeed. Getting older shows that you only get further in life if you don't follow the rules and step over people. Me, you're a person doing a good deed that most won't do. Through the system, you're basically my therapist right now. I mean, I would still hope that you get an actual therapist, just because an actual therapist, if they are good, right, like we're gonna like lead with that premise that they're like a good therapist. But if they're good, just because they're in person, because it's a one-on-one session, they're able to do like actual therapy, right? Like this, like whatever we're able to offer here in stream is like, yeah, the best it is mental health support. Like I can like explain you a bunch of stuff. Like we can do some like educational bits, you know, and I can inform you on I don't know, like for example, like deep breathing exercises and stuff, and that might help, right? Um, but it's not a thing where like we're able to do exposure therapy or trauma therapy or something like this. Like this is not available online. Like this is not a thing you can really do online, I think. Like I don't know if there's online therapists who do that, but I don't think that it's easy to achieve good results doing that online. That's very cute of you, Bilibli. It's really nice. I don't know. I think it's a really cute saying. I really hate silence. I don't know why. Oh. Yeah. I feel like also an important part about the mental health crisis, if you want to call it like this, is I feel like we in a way we need to let go a little bit of the expectation that there is help easy, if that makes sense. Because how sort of like governments are run right now and how different the situation is on like which part of the world you come from, right? Just because we know how important mental health is on sort of like a more general basis, doesn't really mean there are systems in place based on that knowledge, even though that knowledge is getting more common and common. But our system seems to be like definitely like far behind still. And I feel like definitely going with this, like let's learn ways to help each other, should also include like what can I actually do? Like we shouldn't wait on other people to save us and rescue us, but we should actually look how can we help our community. And if it's not like you don't need to be like the counselor yourself, right? But just in a more general sense, right? And because sometimes really like I don't know, like something like I don't know, like offering basketball lessons or something, just for free, or offering just like learning with somebody after school for free and stuff like this can already really change a life. And I feel like sometimes we might sort of like lose sight that our community is only as good as we make it to be. Like it doesn't like it depend like it is influenced by politicians, like don't get me wrong. And it's definitely influenced by the politics they put in place. But it's really sort of matters how we show up for our community. And honestly, like just you guys, for example, like being nice here and supporting me and helping me to stay hydrated, for example, and offering in the Discord that like your DMs are open and you're also like you would talk to people if they need anything and stuff like this. Like this is already also support, right? Like this lets me like do this here and have like want to do this here. Like if the chat would be full of people like sort of like questioning me and being like, oh, are you like, you know, like how do you dare to even like, oh, sorry. Uh, uh, Post? Is that? No, wait. It's called the delivery service. I don't know. Not delivery service. Service of like of packages. I don't know. But what did I say? Yeah, like if the sort of I guess the community consensus would be like, what are you doing here? Like, you know, like piss off with your whatever. Like I wouldn't be here, right? Like I would be crazy to do this. Like if it's not wanted, why would I be here? So yeah, it's like it really depends on community. So you being here and supporting this makes me want to offer this because yeah, otherwise it would be like I would just have this feeling of like, yeah, I don't know if this is helping anybody really. Like I should look for something else. So let me read from all your messages. Oh, okay. Yeah, I definitely like I do get what you're saying, Navando. Like if I've done a certificate at some point, like you at least know that I at some point knew. So yeah. Yeah, emotional neglect is tough on people. That's why I feel like, yeah, if we offer this as a community, like really, we don't need to be counselors, all of us. We don't need to be therapists. We can just be there for a child and it's going to change their life. My brain. Navandro, I feel like with you have been seeing your therapist again, right? So first question is like, have you talked to them about this and what did they say? And the second question would be, I feel like, do you know anything else how you can give yourself, how you can like help yourself in that moment with these emotions? Because if you're like so frustrated and the sort of the motivation for self-harm is to numb yourself out of your brain and like sort of get yourself in the body, like maybe there's something else you can do instead of self-harm, you know? Like maybe, I don't know, like you can go to the gym or maybe you can do like meditation or yoga or whatever. Like maybe there's a different thing which is getting you like out of your brain and into your body. The therapy organization I'm with, they have a waiting list of 52 plus weeks from receiving letter to intake, and to get to start therapy is another 43 weeks waiting. Damn, that's a long time. That's a really long time. It also includes things like listening to someone with an open mind, being there for a friend who needs it, a family member who's struggling, someone else with it. Sadly, where I'm from, it's mostly all about me. Walk over everyone else, get where I need to be, and forget anyone who's in. I feel like with this, I definitely like know where you're coming from with this and how you see that. In a weird way, through our own actions and as to like how we behave, we can actually inspire people to change, right? If you've ever like heard about mentalizing the concept, it's a concept I learned in therapy, and it was a really cool concept, I think. We talked about this already at some point here in the stream as well. And I can send you the link to the video later, or it's like you can also look it up. It's on my like we watched it together at some point and then talked about it. But you can also just watch it on your own. But that video where we talk about it together and watch it together is on my YouTube channel, and I think also on the Twitch as well, actually. But in that mentalizing interview where like there's a psychologist who's interviewed about like this concept, and he's sort of presenting this, and mentalizing essentially means that you're able to see the other person, like even though you heard, you're able to see how this reality might have sort of like come across to another person. It's sort of like, yeah, it's really like be like empathy, compassion, and also understanding of others. And they actually also presented with saying that the best way to actually get people to mentalize is to mentalize yourself. And I feel like this is an approach which works also with community. That like if you help someone, they're more likely to help you. Doesn't work all the time, right? But I guess it's one of the best approaches. I know something about this. If a person has a cold and needs to make an appointment with a doctor, by the time you get to the appointment, your cold will already gotten better. That could actually be placebo effect, or like related to placebo effect. If you've ever like read about this, believe me, it's a really cool, cool concept. Well, there's always like new messages coming in, but I don't even get after. For once in my life, after always saying, wow, I can't believe people are so weak-minded and always coping with things mostly alone, I finally typed in my Google bar, therapist near. The situation I put myself in, I can't sleep, my heart aches, or something on my chest is just there right now. I can't focus. I can't even cry as much as I want. I'm really broken right now. I know I need help. But I know nobody can help me aside from me. But I might still try for some insight from a pro. I think that's a really good start to wisdom. And I don't think actually your worldview of this is like too misaligned with the concept of getting a therapist here. Because you say like, but nobody can help me aside from me. The therapist is not really like, they're not gonna like take your mind and fix it, you know? But they're gonna support you essentially. They're your like, you know, like your one, like the one trick mercy to support the Genji. They're gonna give like it depends on like the therapy you're gonna get, right? But in most therapies there's a part of like psychoeducation which is essentially just educating on you on how you work and what is going on inside of you and why things feel like they feel and why you might get scared and why you might like have these heartaches and why you might can't sleep and like how these things sort of like work and correlate to each other. Then another part is actually like, yeah, maybe like treatments more like exposure therapy or something like this or trauma therapy. And that is then something, well, they actually do as a service, sort of like for you with you. But it's also not something like sort of like they do and then they like pull the right strings in your mind and you just sleep and once you wake up, like everything is fine. But it's really something where because you're committed to facing something and they're supporting you through this, so you're able to face maybe the biggest fear even, that you then can get over it or can let go of it. So it's not so much that they are fixing you, but a therapist is helping you to help yourself. So, yeah, I think it's really smart to get a therapist's help because there is a lot of knowledge out there, a lot. And it would take a lot of time to learn that all on your own. And it's way easier to have a person you meet with, I don't know, maybe once a week, maybe more, maybe less, who's then just breaking down these complicated concepts for your use case and putting it into perspective for you, sort of like bite-sized, ready to go, where you can just understand. And they make it as easy as possible for you to learn as much as possible on yourself in that moment. But I hope the waiting list is not too long. Do you know how long it's gonna take? That's really cool, Asta. It's a pity that you don't know how, but hopefully it's gonna happen again. You're gonna be able to do that again. Maybe there was a certain feeling accompanied with stopping the night terror you can hold on to, or a certain mindset or something like this. But I hope you can do it again. Hmm. Hmm. You're just trying to hang in nonetheless, yeah. So you're coming back after the prayers? Okay, I'll wait. With the answer till then. Very true. I have begun to notice that just by being who I am and expecting what I do in my interactions, prioritizing communication and creating a safe space with people, that others begin to notice how their lives could be changed to the better. Not saying they have issues, but I have been asked a lot how to do what I do to help people be more like the ways I am. I've helped save a few relationships, helped with family conflicts, etc. Just being myself. Yeah, I think that's really, really nice insight. And I think that's really cool. It's also something I sort of noticed. And I don't know. Can be quite powerful, actually, yeah. So I'm glad you have such a good experience with that. Great chat is active, cursed by success. For real. Oh no, I have it so hard. Hmm. And my stress and anger wants to be released, and getting tired from doing heavy weights kind of helps. Looked into rage rooms. Maybe try that to let out frustration. Rage rooms can be really funny. Why can't they just fix me like a car? I don't want to feel like this. Well, Tainted Wisdom, I feel like the way you say things, you know, you're not scared to put in work. And you're not a person who's at that place because you like avoid or you know, are lazy. And we all know I don't really believe in laziness, but I don't think you gotten to where you are because you don't do enough. I feel like maybe the other way around. Because it's always about balance, right? Welcome, Guna Badger. How are you doing? One thing I do to help myself stop from self-harm, I wrote, I scribbled, I drew, I took it out on the pages of the journal. Said everything that I needed to, said how I felt, the insults my mind screamed at me, the self-hatred, the wishes of ending everything. Then for a little while I continued the self-harm. For a while I just moved to writing instead of self-harm, and now I process everything. Please no change takes those baby steps. Yeah. I feel like we need to, on this, like in order to actually get away from harmful behaviors, it's really useful to understand why we do them and what they offer to us in that moment. Like self-harm is let's put it like this, it's an extreme way to put yourself back in a body, right? So there is other ways how you can get back in the body and sort of feel connected to your body again and let go of thoughts and get out of your head. There's different ways to achieve that. And it's really useful when you understand precisely what sort of self-harm is offering you to then look for, well, a healthier alternative to do instead. Feeling like my brain is shattering and makes me anxious because it's a lot of times a warning my bipolar is going to berserk, so I'm going to take a nap. I do not want to. All right, Asta. See you later. Good night. Or, well, good nap. I think it's really important that you do what is good for you. I'm glad that you know. I love using the phrase, you can certainly try to my D&D friends in everyday conversations. Make them second guess anything they're currently wanting to do. That's fine, Helen. Welcome back. I'm so proud of this community, even though I just entered last week. I'm glad. I'm glad it's a community you think is precious. Enjoying the gift of another day. How are you and everyone in chat doing today? I personally I'm exhausted. I feel like you might actually be able to see it a bit. But yeah, there's a lot of things coming up. My birthday is coming up, and the end of therapy is coming up, and there's a lot of friends coming over for my birthday, and I'm happy, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know, it's the first time I celebrate my birthday with a bunch of people. And some of them I haven't seen in quite a while. And I'm just sort of like, I don't know, like I hope it's gonna be nice. Some of those people actually like come from Germany, like only for my birthday. And I don't know, like yeah, I just hope it's gonna be nice. I hope everything is gonna go well. Like, I have the plan of like making like a bunch of cakes and a bunch of different food as well. So I'm sort of like, will everything go as planned? We'll see. Mm. And then it's also just ending therapy and knowing like now I'm gonna need to handle everything on my own, and I think I can do that because I sort of like our therapy sessions have been like so like it wasn't about like daily things anymore, and we actually were sort of lacking conversation topics a bit for the past months, but I don't know. So I was able to like handle everything on my own, but it's just a thing where I'm like, now that it's like really ending, actually, it's like, is it gonna be fine? Like, it probably will. Like, my logic is telling me I'm gonna be fine. But it's just, when you feel like a little bit scared of the future because you don't really know how it's specifically looking. Yeah. But I think that's really normal, right? We all know that feeling of just like logically knowing it's gonna be fine, but just being a little bit scared. Welcome back, Ray. How are you doing, Uguna Badger? Like, how has your mental health been doing with like trying to make this like mental health this new yeah, how do you put that into words? This new mental health program or support program. Are you stressed, or are you able to like cope really well? Everything's going good? What's going on? The way to cure my current situation is that I need personal time playing games, listening to music, sharing funny videos, and watching live streams, and cooking. It's good that you know what you need, Bilibli. I think that's really nice. I feel like sometimes it's also something I notice now, that it's just with so many things coming up and me just feeling like a little bit scared, it's I just coddle myself a little bit. I'm just being like nice, like wearing the fluffy things, having like tea, making sure that I have food where I'm like excited for, making sure I don't know, I just spend my days a little bit calmer and having enough rest and time to re-energize. And also just have time to feel sad. Yeah. When I was playing games on my phone, I go agents the most what? You go against the most unskilled players and I hate it. But shouldn't that be an easy win then, Corrupted? Welcome back, Navandro. Back when I was in middle school and as being slow, Gunnar. I see. That can be annoying. Like when I was in middle school and people would cause self-harm, like burn or cut themselves, I thought maybe I could do that to release some stress. But the invisible person in my brain, my conscience, would always tell me I can't do that because in order for me to be a hero and save the world, I need to stay alive, and hurting myself would damage that. Such a silly kid with an imagination. I think something like this can be really nice, right? Just having that belief that you can be a hero. I think that's really strong. I feel like, sometimes we really lack that confidence. And I don't know, I feel like that confidence actually also for me has always been a thing which like drove me further. You know, sometimes too far. Many ask for the group and programs, but they aren't showing up, wondering what are the reasons why they don't show up for free stuff. I mean, sometimes it's just that they're scared, right? Or that it's sort of like once you show up, you expose yourself that you need this. Or stuff like that. Like there can be a lot of insecurities around this, right? And like maybe the insecurity that if other people see you go there, that they then make a judgment about you. Or that the stigma is still hanging along. Like maybe you're able to have sort of like a group meetup which is framed in a more socially accepted way, if that makes sense. Sort of maybe like a cooking evening, or just offering sort of like free food and like talking to your friends. Or maybe honestly just an evening where you ask what people need and how you can help them best. In short, leave some personal space for yourself and do things you like. Yeah. Exactly, Billy. And you, so you usually don't celebrate your birthday with peoples? Well, I do, but not this many. Like there's maybe like 13 or 14 people coming, and like 4 of them or something are from Germany, and then are like sleeping over and stuff like this. So it's really like, I don't know, it's bigger than anything I've celebrated so far. Oh, you were waiting for the reply, but I just waited for you to come back. Thanks. Let me come back to that in a second. It is, but you want a challenge? Ooh, I see, corrupted. I was thinking that insecurity is playing a factor. Yeah. I feel like just, yeah, try to gain more information on that. I think that's really nice. And I don't know, try and lower the entry barrier as much as possible, I guess. What do you mean it drove you too far? I'm curious. Were you that masked lady who ran into the building and saved the old man from the burning building years ago? In certain place that comes to mind first. No. But it's I was never I wasn't struggling because I wasn't doing enough. I was struggling because I was doing too much. I was struggling because I ignored my bodily boundaries and pushed myself too much. Because I ignored that I need rest and that I need a break. And pushed myself too far. Because I didn't want to get help. Because I wanted to do it alone. I didn't want to be weak. To have to get help. Yeah. So that's how I mean it drove me too far. Like, it left me empowered to fix problems, empowered to find solutions, but blind to the small things, you know? Blind to needing time to re-energize, needing time to rest. blind to the fragility. That makes sense. Oh. Well, I understand that, corrupted. Yikes. Yeah, I bet it's a really large country. So, let me get back to Navandro's message again. But yeah, with the sort of self-harm, I think it's really important, Navandro, that you try to find out what it gives you, or what it would give you, or what you hope from it, and try to find alternatives to that. So, for example, going to the gym, or for example, playing like basketball or tennis or something like this, or maybe even starting like a fighting sport or something. It can also really just be like going for a walk, like in the middle of the forest, and then just screaming at the top of your lungs and letting it all out. Or going to one of those rooms where you can just demolish the entire room and stuff like this. To find, yeah, like a healthier alternative to self-harm. But yeah, something which can like fulfill that need. And especially with like so much coming up, even if it's like food and drink, I don't think that's it's still a better coping style than self-harm. So I feel like just go with what's better right now, than try to go for perfect, if that makes sense. And definitely try to prepare yourself for this hard time and make sure that you have a crisis plan in store, which is going to get you through this time successfully. You sound like me, always wanting to do everything on your own and refusing to help, knowing it would make it easier, but maybe I'm wrong and you're the hero. Always talks about the ones that don't wear capes. Well, the thing is, right, like this behavior got me to start therapy. So thankfully it's not a behavior I do still, like I really, like I train hard every day, if that makes sense, to respect the boundaries of my body, take rest, and recharge, and ask for help, and be vulnerable to others, and not do these mistakes from back then. Because I feel like these mistakes from back then got me to the point where I got chronic headache. And I think the chronic headache right now is not leaving anymore because like my nerves are like so chronically inflamed that they just stay inflamed. But I know why I've been like this, like with the childhood sort of I had, like it was a really important. It was really important to be like this and to not disappoint and to be perfect and to not make mistakes. And also to not ask for help because that would mean that I can't do it on my own and stuff like this. So understanding like where this is coming from is like really important. But also understanding that this is not there's not an optimal or really efficient system, right? You need to study what it feels like. Is there any way you can like lower the stakes on your expectations there, Navandro? Like, is there a way you can maybe just like be like, because you have still like lots of time, right? Can you, for example, like start with like 5 minutes of studying and then just like every day go like from 5 minutes to 10 minutes to 15 minutes to 20 minutes? And, you know, just do that and like sort of like slowly up the expectations there. Do you think that would help? Mm. Oh, damn. You're losing your mind. Are you in the second batch already, or? It's already lowest. So how does it feel too much? And hi, Luke, and welcome. I'm right now shaking and anxiety. Thinking. Stop my legs from the up and down movement. You know, there's actually a difference between anxiety attacks and panic attacks. With panic attacks, it's actually how we sort of like describe them is with panic attacks, we're scared of the symptoms. It seems like you're really scared of the symptoms. Like, do the bodily movements trigger your anxiety, or does your anxiety come first? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, we tried the looking for things in the room already, right? And spelling things and stuff like this, and you said this doesn't really help. Um, I feel like just let us try like normal deep breathing, Navandro. Hmm. I feel like coming from this sort of like anxiety attack and calming yourself down. Hmm. I don't know, but if you're shaking, or was that like, I understood it like this, that you're shaking right now. Is that not what's going on? You said that you're like right now shaking in anxiety, that you're unable to stop your legs from going up and down. That seems scary, seems unpleasant. So is that happening right now, or was that sort of like a miscommunication and that it's not, that is like in those moments what you think about, but like not happening right now? I'm glad you're doing okay. Hmm. I mean, wouldn't it be nicer though to calm down? Or is this normal for you? Because sort of if I would feel that, I would definitely try to calm myself down. Because to me it would be like way too, I don't know. Just unpleasant, you know? Hmm. All right, if you say so. I feel like sometimes it can be really nice to be there for ourselves in these moments. It sort of like feel empowering um to be able to like calm yourself down, you know, and something even um like specifically actually because this is not like a serious situation like you say, but this is just like it's gonna be gone on its own like in a few minutes. Like it can be really nice to learn in moments like these how to calm yourself down efficiently and to try different strategies to calm yourself down. To then hopefully have a strategy or like find sort of like the best strategy, um, which works in like more serious moments, you know, Navandro. But it's also fine if you don't have the energy for that right now. Hmm. Why is your anxiety going nuts, corrupted? Hmm. Never gotten to this point either. I hate how I caused this because I said something to that girl, like, okay, knowing it's gone for. Thanks for go, but I can't. I started going to fridge. Just. Oh, you're right now in that chess game, corrupted. I mean, just do the best you can, right? It's not bad to lose if it's a really good enemy. What can you do for your anxiety in this moment, Corrupted? I think like it's really important to learn ways to sort of like be there for yourself if you're anxious. I think it's like a really good thing for anybody, really. Because it's of course good if there's like other people who can help us with this. But in the end, it's our responsibility to handle our own anxiety and calm ourselves down. Not prepared for this level of a grandma. I mean, if you're just like worse than the player, like why are you anxious? Because there's not really like any like major negative impact to you losing, no? Hi, Jew. Welcome, welcome. I used to do that when people I used to hang out with always told me if I got out with my mental problems, class this week and everything, always I messed up mentally for years, especially during high school. Would I take a problem without getting in? Yeah, I tried that. Like, my mom didn't really believe in like therapists, and so this image was like more sort of like proclaimed by my mom of like if you get help with this, then you're like weak or like as reliable and responsible and stuff like this. Um, but thankfully, I was able to see that like for other people, it doesn't work like this, and I noticed pretty quickly how that sort of thinking pattern is just like harmful and not really like, you know, like there's a lot of people that don't really agree with that and it's not useful. A few things in my system did not have safe output, safe temporary output, either solution or crash. So right now, for me, the exam is important. Because I will get college for PG or masters through it, but it's going to be a big excuse for taking a year more. I think my neighbor just threw tortellini in through my letter box, whatever. It sounded so weird, really. Oh. Hmm. It's the only shot worth trying to get marks enough to control my situation because my meds for it. I'm getting rare from this town now. And it's a long procedure to shift my prescription from one town to another, and the other thing is that I have to send her in terms of getting free government medication. Hmm. Hmm. Well, I understand where the anxiety is coming from. That's a really sucky situation. Like, you're dependent on this, like, quite a lot now. I feel like I don't know, really sorry that that there's so much impact, depending on these grades. But I feel like there's still ways we can, I don't know, like, I would just, like, consider to learn some, like, calming sort of exercises in these moments where, like, stress is high or anxiety is high. Because it also makes learning harder, right? And I don't know, like, I feel like learning sort of like stress regulating exercises or anxiety regulating exercises can help a big deal, especially in high stress and high anxiety situations like yours. I feel like I wouldn't want to rely on it going away on its own. Hmm. I love this too. Also can hold half a liter. Getting better now, but I always struggle with constant apologizing over the littlest thing. Hmm. Do you know why you're over apologizing? Like what the reality is you expect if you don't over apologize? Talon? Because you might be able to just like talk about this with your friends or family or like, well, the people you over apologize to. Like you said earlier, how you became strong because you needed to, because of where you were when you were younger. It's crazy how now we're just all a mess now. Do you think social media plays a small role in this because we are constantly comparing ourselves to others and telling ourselves we have to equally as good? I think social media is designed to make money, um, not to be a good social media. And I feel like we don't really take that into consideration when we spend time on on those platforms. Like they are optimized to making money. They're not optimized to make you stay in contact with your friends or make you be included in the world. They have different goals than this. Um, I don't know if this is like if our mental health is technically worse than the years before, right? Because our awareness changed as well. Like technically the generations beforehand could have been like exactly the same amount of fucked up, but nobody cared, and that's why the numbers were low. And now that we actually can test people, like numbers are high. So we don't really we can't really know. But I feel like everybody's struggling in their life at some point. I think like everybody of us is doing this life for the first time, right? Like we don't know how this shit works. And I think like I don't know, like knowing how some people die, like you might not even find out till you die. So um I feel like living life is it's just hard. It's just complicated. Like there's a bunch of different goals. Like it really depends on what your goal in life is. Like if your goal is being like really, really successful, like and earning the most money you can, like you're not gonna be mentally healthy. You're probably not gonna be physically healthy either. If your goal is to be like happy, then you probably focus more on mental health, but you probably won't be as like successful because you wouldn't like work yourself to the edge because you value your mental health instead. So I think it's just a dilemma of like you can't have it all and you need to make a decision. And based on the world we live in and how money is important, I think we're sort of like, I guess, easily pushed to value money more than happiness. But I feel like life is too sad because everybody has a different goal in life. So like you can ask like 10 different people and they will tell you like how to live your life 10 different ways because all of these like all of this advice, right, is dependent on the goal, how you want to live life, or like how a good life looks and how a bad life looks. So I feel like that's just really makes it difficult, honestly. So I think we just need to find the people we actually want to learn from. Like we need to find the people we want to be like and then learn from them. Like we should try to find out like what type of life we want to lead and then like look at how we need to lead life to actually get that life. Yeah, I feel like we should look into the sacrifices we need to make for certain goals. And then make informed decisions instead of being like, I want everything and just avoiding that some of these goals are in conflict to each other. No, actually, just like a pack of tortellinis. Yeah, just like a 400 gram or whatever, like the regular pack of tortellini. I just got, I don't know. That sounds really cool, Corrupted. I'm glad you're still able to do that. Self-preservation from disappointment causing inaction before important deadlines like exams is completely normal, right? How does it matter if it's completely normal or not, by the way? Like, do you like that or do you not want to be in those shoes anymore? I understand why you think that way, Navendra. I feel like looking for logic in harm is pointless. Our world is struggling in a lot of ways. And I think like everybody has been collateral damage in one way or another of that. So I feel like trying to connect this to you and yourself and your responsibility is essentially victim blaming yourself. Fuck you. I feel like learning yourself can be quite hard now. People around me will keep moving. I can't wait for some divine intervention. I made plenty changes last year. But as the deadline gets closer, anxiety, not action again. Well, I feel like waiting on divine intervention is giving the responsibility someplace else, right? So, I don't know, do you want to take the responsibility for this, Kumarology? And try to find solutions and change more? Yes, now I might end up having anxiety. Sorry, guys. It's fine. We talked about some exercises you can try to calm yourself down in anxiety attack. I feel like you should really give them a try. Like there's a lot of people with anxiety attacks who are able to learn strategies to calm themselves down properly. So I feel like you should know that this is definitely a possibility, Navandro. I mean, listening to music, if that works for you, to sort of like avoid the anxiety attack or help yourself calm down, that's also a strategy, right? It's also a decision you make. But just have compassion with yourself, Navandro. Try to be there for yourself, like a good friend would be. Every time you write Marconi Union, I always read Macaroni Union. I'm gonna let you guys know right now because of the like doctor's appointment I still have today. I need to end the stream at 4. That's that's sort of the latest I can do. Which means the latest we will need to end the stream in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Just FYI. So we still have a like good amount of time. But just letting you know, like it's not gonna be like the longest of streams today because yeah, well, then I have the doctor's appointment. Hmm. I mean, I feel like passing anxiety smoothly is already really good, Navandro, because anxiety can also a lot of times lead to a downward spiral, right? So the moment you're able to step out of that downward spiral and just stay with the feeling of sadness for a bit and then be able to like let it go again, that's already really good. I think that's already a win, honestly. Like sometimes we're scared and it's okay to be scared, you know? And we just have to feel that fear and then let go of it. I don't think you can solve my life problems in 1 hour and 10 minutes, great. Well, I don't think I could so within 5 hours either. I feel like that's gonna be a progress, you know. And I think honestly, I can't solve your life problems in any time, Tainted Wisdom, because you have to. I can just support you, you know. Welcome, Snack Sparrow. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Does music help with sitting with the feeling and moving on, or make it worse? I mean, first of all, it depends on you, what sort of type of person you are, right? And I think the second thing, it depends on the music. I feel like some music brings me like in a really negative headspace, or can put me in a really negative headspace, while other music can really help me. But there's also music which puts me in a headspace where I'm just like suppressing my emotions, and that's also not really helpful. So I personally, I like it more to not have music, because I feel like music is influencing me emotionally too much. Like I feel too much with music. Like the only music I guess I would play is more like relaxing, calming music. In those moments where I'm like sticking with feelings, you know? But I feel like that's a way you need to try and find out Kumarology. And just Kumarology. Kumar. Bro. Cannot. Kuma. Period. But yeah, I think that's a thing you need to just try and find out and see what works best for you. Like mental health is really individual, so it's just, yeah. Look what works for yourself. Ah, okay. So Kumar then. All right, all right. Good emo. Your ribs are in pain again. Sorry for you, corrupt. I'm fine, Snack Sparrow. I have had an exhausting week, but I'm doing quite well. Just taking care of myself, you know. Making sure I have enough rest and get enough cuddles. Yeah. How's your mental health doing, Snack Sparrow? No. I actually don't even drink. So I would be a really bad pirate. Kumar, I'm sort of like still wondering about uh the answer of, you know, do you want to actually do something against the sort of this like deadline anxiety and this like inability to do anything? I feel like your husband would not be happy. Or like your boyfriend. I don't even know if you're married. Sorry. He will be soon. Nice. Have you already sort of picked a date for the wedding? Is it gonna be like while you're still pregnant, or will you marry afterwards? I should call a repairman to fix the issue of network latency. Well, the problem is it's also connected to Twitch. So, yeah, it's I don't know. Network latency is quite a hard problem to fix, sadly. Because I already I have enabled the low latency mode. So I'm trying to be as low latency as possible. But I have heard, and I don't know if that's true, but some people say that apparently like partners on Twitch have like less latency than normal streamers or something. Like they have sort of like priority or whatever, but I don't know if that's true. Just something I heard. Welcome, Indiana John. How you doing? It's next month, I believe. You don't know when corrupted? My mental health is great. You have a bottle of rum. Oh. Sometime next month, you won't tell me a date. For the... I would go crazy. Nah, I wouldn't like that. Oh my god, I'm not good with surprises, really. Mm. The moral of the story is we need to get great partner. Sure. That's exactly what I meant. Now comes the part of the show when I look at the clock and go, whoops. Oh, you have something to do, Gray? I feel like what I'm feeling is heartbreak, knowing I did something that drove a person I had a connection to live space away. I'm delusional and parasocial. I do you think they're great? I mean, I need to know more about the situation. Like, what happened? Your lovely voice is a bit soft, so I didn't get the question. If you're asking if I want to do something about it, then yeah. When I think about it, I get the urgency 10 minutes. And I'm daydreaming again. Okay. I feel like, do you, like, Kumar, have you thought about a more sort of in-depth where this resistance is coming from? Like, do you feel like you don't, like you won't make it in time anymore? Or is it more like, oh, this is going to be stressful and I worry that I'm not going to be able to handle the stress? Or is it just like you're anxious and you don't want to be anxious anymore? Like, where's this sort of like need to avoid that situation coming from? What do you think? Yeah. Like Sparrow, I considered if I make a joke about like pirates being alcohol addicts, but then I didn't. But yeah. I feel like maybe, I don't know, we don't know each other enough for that joke, you know? But you're really perceptive. I just didn't sleep again. Why do you hate public transport so much, Corrupted? Hmm. Being too attached to an OnlyFans. Not interested at all. We had a thing, and I said something that upset her in here because I'm basically banned from chatting with her. Hmm. I mean, I feel like what you, I guess, found with that OnlyFans girl is more like a friendship than really that, than just like buying a friend in a way. Is there like any way you can find actual friends tainted wisdom? You're scared of failure, Kumar? I mean, hard work is way harder to be motivated for if you don't believe that you can do it right, because then it's time waste. Like doing hard work and putting like effort into something where you're not even convinced that you're going to be able to do it, just feels like time waste. But I feel like, you know, like thinking more about this and how it's still maybe like useful to do it even though you might fail, could be useful. And for example, maybe you could make small goals within this like big goal where like when you achieve them, you, I don't know, like you reward yourself with something. And these small goals, maybe they seem more, you know, more accessible, and you're less scared to fail, and therefore the hard work is actually seems like it's gonna give you something, you know, because it's gonna give you the reward of the sort of like these smaller goals before the big goal. What do you think of that approach? Does it seem like I don't know, does it seem logical to you, or do you not like it? Because in the UK, being pregnant and on a bus makes me think that I'm a magnet to people who keep on trying to come up to me and feel the little one kick me. It drives me insane. Yeah. Seems like it's really hard to maintain your privacy and your autonomy. I don't think that's a really insane. Um, I don't think it's insane to dislike that, really. I think it's really natural, right? Is there a way how you can, like, stand up for yourself in those moments corrupted? I mean, apparently Kuma does sort of like seem stressed now and anxious about actually not doing anything. Are you really just like relaxed, Indiana John, until like the exam just passes and then you just sort of like notice afterwards, like, oh shoot. Got jump scared by something from one of the recurring dreams today. To take a minute to calm down. I'm sorry, Gray. Normally telling them no, but some people don't listen, try. I have to slap them away. Oh my lord. It's scary how entitled people feel to a woman's body sometimes. Jeez. I'm sorry for you, Corrupted. I can understand. Maybe you can just like drive with friends and then make them your bodyguard and have them slap the people away. I like to think I thought in depth about it. Took a year before college to actually get into a college where I can actually make something of myself. Watch a lot of stuff on YouTube. Healthy Gamer GG, if you know about the guy. Yeah, I know. I watched him a lot too. Started running, following routines. Made a chart where I would make the days green for winning days and red for losing days. 15 days left. The work starts. Hmm. 15 days left and all the work starts to look small? How do you mean that? Like the work you've done to get yourself to this point? And Unbounded, welcome, welcome, how you doing? I said I'm sorry for you, Ray. And the sound stuff. I can, but I have to put myself out there, and I just wanted her to be the one because she's so beautiful and goofy. And now, having had that experience, I think I'm going to want the best instead of mediocre, which is why I asked about the social media earlier. Basically, I fucked myself by getting a that gave me a purpose, but I reached for the biggest power purpose. Hmm. I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't settle for something you don't like. I feel like I don't know. I don't feel like it's bad that you don't want to like settle for mediocre. I feel like if you're not matching the standards you expect from a partner, and that is so far from each other that you have like no chance of like getting anybody from that standard. This is a experience you have to make as well, and I feel like it's gonna be enlightening. But in a way, I really hope that you do just find somebody where you feel like they are the best, you know? And I don't know, there's a lot of things you can do to get better yourself, right? Like to put yourself in a position where like people you actually want to date you, actually, you know? So but I feel like what you also need to see is that I think like I don't know how your relationship like was, right? But I feel like you probably paid her to be like to talk to you, which makes it a service, which makes her respond response not real in a way, right? Like it's like customer service. Like if you work in like a I don't know, like a glasses shop or something, or like a car shop, and somebody wants to buy a car, and it's like a really expensive car, they are probably gonna get like really nice treatments. You know what I mean? Like it's like there is a certain difference in behavior as with a person where you're on the same level. Like you are here both for the same reasons, and there's no money involved. So I feel like Tainted Wisdom, you should be brave. I think you should learn to be brave. Put yourself out there. Become the person where you actually like yourself. And become a person where you feel like, you know, you actually like, I don't know, like where you don't feel inferior to the best anymore. Because I feel like this, I don't know. You say that. This sort of like thinking in these stages and in these leagues, you know, and then settling for something you don't want just because you can't date anybody out of your reach, is gonna essentially if we think that logic to the end, right? You're gonna end up with a person you don't love, instead with the person you actually wanted, which is gonna mean that the person you're with is not gonna have a partner who actually wanted them, but who only settles for them because they think they're mediocre. So for a partner who thinks they're less than others or less worthy, and that's really toxic for both of you. So I feel like you should reach for the stars, and you should reach for the stars IRL as well. And I feel like you should work on yourself to the point where this is successful, hopefully. You know? So be brave, put yourself out there. Become the person you actually like yourself. I feel like that's really what self-love is about. Like sometimes we just say that, like, oh, just love yourself, like it would be easy. I feel like sometimes we don't really appreciate the fact that our brain is based on evidence. If our brain has so much evidence that we are a shitty person and we behave in a way where we ourselves don't like our behavior, we will not think of ourselves as a good person, or we will not like ourselves because we don't even adhere to our own standards. How you love yourself is behaving like a person you can love. Like behaving in a way where you actually like that guy or that girl, you know? Like, I don't, I don't know. If I would be an asshole to all of you here, I wouldn't like myself and I wouldn't love myself. Would that be wrong, though? Like, would that be... Like, how often would I need to tell myself I love myself until that goes away? I don't think that's gonna work. Being a person I like, that makes me be able to love myself. And sometimes we need to adjust standards, okay? Sometimes our standards are weird. So, for example, some people have a worldview where they define your worthiness of love based on your income. Some people base it off on your looks. And that's then something where, like, now you're like how loved you are or not. It's really shallow. And it's really fragile, right? Because your looks change over your life. Like everybody's gonna get old if you're how much love you deserve is based on you looking like 25 and glowing. Like shit is gonna go downhill pretty soon. You know what I mean? Like there's and if we notice that, we need to look inside and look at the world, and we need to think hard about our worldview. And we need to try and find a worldview which makes more sense. And it's not as shallow. And we probably will. But it's really like a combination of like adjusting your standards to standards if you believe in them, and if you let the logic do logic things, you know, get you to a point where life seems good. And that you yourself put in the work to adhere to your own standards. Hmm. Hmm. I mean, Tainted Wisdom, if you really want to know, text her on social media, right? Say sorry for what you did. Tell her how you regret it and why you did it. Like, I don't know what you said, Tainted Wisdom, right? But if you genuinely like her, like genuinely, and you would love her the way she is, with maintaining her business and everything, you know? And she was actually reciprocating that. And then you just said something because you didn't believe that. And just, you know, it was sort of like a bad coping mechanism getting out of hand in that moment. And you really want to know, then explain her what's going on. Like, I don't know, like write on social media, write in a comment section or whatever. But like, think about this hard. Think about what went wrong, why she didn't like it, her perspective on this, and what she needs so that you're going to be a safe space again. Like, what she needs to be able to forgive you. What you're willing to sacrifice for this shot. Do you want to, like, I don't know, publicly embarrass yourself and write in a comment section your whole saying sorry thing? Or do you only do you want to write a DM on Instagram or whatever? And sort of like keep it private. And then give it another shot where you explain everything, but make it one where you know that if there's no positive feedback on this one, you can let it go because you've tried everything. And if she doesn't want that, then it's not reciprocated. And then you can let go. Because not having an answer on that or getting a negative answer on that is going to be everything you need to let go. Ah, Talon. Hiya. Okay. Yeah, go to bed. I hope you're gonna find good rest. And then see you guys on Thursday. Just FYI, there's not gonna be a stream next Monday. The 19th, I'm gonna skip the stream because like this Friday I have the last therapy session and I just want to have proper time to yeah, just feel all these feelings. So there's not going to be a mental health stream then. There might be some, I don't know, like league streams or whatever. I don't know. But we're not, like, I'm not going to be, or like, I'm just going to expect myself. Like, I don't want to have the pressure to be in a mental state where I can give like really amazing answers or whatever. So I'm just going to take a break from the stream on the 19th. I feel like sometimes when reason is not working, we have reasons we hide because we judge ourselves for them. Or we don't even respect them ourselves and don't take them serious. So we can't, like, we're not able to process them properly. So they sort of control us passively, unconsciously. So if logic's not working, I would maybe try to see if there's any sort of like hidden sort of like stupid logic that like you don't want to take serious or you judge yourself for, but it's still sort of in the back of your mind. Or any like fear or something, you know? Like if it's fear, sometimes we don't really help ourselves in the moment where we only take the logical approach. For example, with like me ending my therapy right now. Like logically, I know I'm gonna be fine, but I'm still scared. Not any logic in the world is gonna help me to not be scared in this moment, but that's also fine because it is a scary situation. Like, it's a very common fear of like when you don't like exactly know how your future looks, that like you're scared. Or like when you think there's even only a 1% chance of something bad happening or some for example, like your mental health breaking down again, then it's like scary, you know? But if it's something like this, with fear, you can, for example, deal by talking about it, by thinking about, okay, if that fear comes true, what am I going to do? Like, how am I going to handle that worst case scenario? You can also deal with it by sort of like confronting it in a way, but that like really depends on the fear and might not be so applicable to your situation. But yeah, usually like talking about it or thinking, like accepting that fear as like a possibility is helping to make that decision process active instead of passive. So why did you say that, Painted Wisdom? Were you jealous? I know what you mean, Indiana John. True. Only Giga Chats in chat. My chest just cracked. The mug is a good blue. Yeah, I really like it. It's a really big mug as well. That's what I love about it, actually. Okay. As long as I'm waiting for an answer here, I'm just gonna go to the toilet real quick. I'm gonna be back in a second.